favorite radio program. Yeah.
97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
Now, live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
Tuesday edition of the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, streaming live video on the X platform, at Mike Gill Show on YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. What's up, everybody? Well, it's been a wild day today. Nick Sirianni fallout continues as the national media is just continuing to give it to Sirianni. The Eagles win, but that doesn't seem to matter. We'll discuss former NFL tight end, current free agent Colin Thompson will join us in a half an hour to give us his sights as if that was his coach on the sideline. How would that play out in the locker room? We'll talk to Colin at 2:30 today. Dave Dombrowski and Rob Thomson spoke at length today. What was the message? I have a message that you might not like. Rob Thomson is not only coming back, he got an extension. Rob Thomson extended through 2026, and it was also announced today that the entire staff will be back. Kevin Long, Caleb Copham, the staff will be back. Rob Thomson is back. He gets an extension through the year 2026. What's the messaging that they gave at the press conference today? Well, we'll go over it here. Frank Close has his post-mortem mailbag at 3:30 today. John McMullen as well. I guess I should start with the Phillies. And I did not like the messaging from Dave Dombrowski, okay? But here's what I will say. The messaging today better not be the message. The messaging today better not be the plan that they are about to follow for this offseason. Because if it is, it sounds like status quo is acceptable. If you listen to Dave Dombrowski today, forget Topper. Dave Dombrowski made it seem like, hey, this team is, and he's not wrong, by the way, but it is a little alarming to hear this team is good enough. He said, we don't have a missing piece. We just didn't play well enough. And he's not wrong about this. Could this team, as constructed, win a World Series? Sure. They need a lot to go their way, but it's not a surprise that we're sitting here talking about a team that is not playing in the National League Championship Series. They simply were too streaky, and Rob Thomson mentioned multiple times today that we need to start learning how to hit the ball the other way, using all fields. You know, it's a lost art, using all fields, hitting the ball the other way. Is that something that this group of guys is all of a sudden in their age 30-plus seasons going to start learning how to do? I don't know about that. There was a lot of things from Dave Dombrowski that really I thought were head scratchers today. There was a lot of things from Dave Dombrowski that, like, if they are accurate and he's giving you a truthful message, then I think you should be scratching your head and wondering if Dave Dombrowski's the right guy. Now, I don't know that I believe everything that Dave Dombrowski said, but for the most part, I'm going to take him at his word. Dave doesn't seem like a liar, right? Dave Dombrowski doesn't seem like a liar. He doesn't seem like the kind of guy who's going to outwardly lie to your face. So I'm going to have to take him at face value here that what he said is what he means. And if what he says is what he means, I think the Phillies are a team that is in some trouble. We're going to have some of the audio for you throughout the show today, and you're going to hear some of the stuff that he said. And, you know, I'm thinking to myself, like, for instance, they extend the contract of Rob Thomson through the 2026 season. There was no need to extend Rob Thomson for another year. He was already working under a contract in 2025. And you might say, well, he was a lame duck manager. You can't work like that. Rob Thompson's been in this game a long time. Rob Thomson was ready to retire at the end of 2022. So was it necessary to approach him and say, hey, here you go, you're going to get another year after a failing result to the season? You know, I know there's probably people out there hearing that Rob Thompson's coming back and the entire staff, and you're probably saying, I'm out. I'm done with this team. You have reached that Sixer pinnacle. You have reached that point of, hey, if they bring back Brett Brown, I cannot follow this team anymore. So they fire Brett Brown, they bring Doc Rivers in. So I guess the question is firing the manager, is that going to fix all the problems, or does this team need a shakeup? Well, Dave Dombrowski today said our infield is set, Castellanos is set, we like Marsh, the catching position is set. He essentially sounded like this is going to be a team that's going to run it back with the manager and the coaching staff. That's a tough pill to swallow if you're a Phillies fan right now. So how does this team get better? He was asked the question today, what's the missing piece? And his answer was, I don't think it's a missing piece. I think we just did not play well when we needed to play well. I'll throw out the numbers for you guys to get involved. It's 609-403-0973 on the text board, 609-403-0973. You know, the one thing about Dombrowski that I think he said today that gives you a little bit of hope, maybe. Actually, not Dombrowski. It was actually Thompson that said this. I don't know that Dombrowski hinted at it or talked about it. But the only thing that stood out to me about potential change is something that I said last year, which was if I'm going to bring the same roster back, maybe I have to look at my lineup configuration. And Rob Thomson did mention today that they might have to look at making a decision on Kyle Schwarber as their leadoff hitter. Here's Topper today talking about the possible lineup construction.
The lineup construction, we're going to go through that and try and figure out a better way to have score runs on a consistent basis a little bit more. Is there a different way? Is it best to have Kyle in the leadoff spot? Don't know. We've won a lot of games with him in the leadoff spot, so we got to really think about this.
He was asked what the options were, and he said that we don't know. He didn't mention a name. He didn't say Trey Turner. He didn't say Bryce Harper. He didn't give a guy that would be the guy that go to the leadoff spot. But he did open up that can of worms that said, hey, we've won a lot of games with Kyle, but we might have to make a change to the construction of the lineup. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Couple text messages. Steve in Egg Harbor Township. 3 years in a row of non-professional at-bats in the playoffs. Dodgers, 15 walks in 2 games versus the Mets. Phillies, 5 walks in 4 games. Last 3 years, we have exited for the same exact reason, and it's chasing on a consistent basis. Schwarber and Harper are literally the only players who will take a walk. They need different players. Simple as that. Steve in EHT. Steve, you know, I can agree with a lot of that. I think the lineup construction and configuration is the biggest problem this team has. It's not any of the other things we want to conjure up. Their approach at the plate, their philosophy at the plate, which they think is something that they can work on and change. I don't know. You're not like people want to blame Kevin Long, the hitting coach. We had Dave Gallagher on last week, who was a hitting coach. You're not changing these guys. You're not changing the way they approach. They made it here because this is what they do, and you're not getting them out of that. So to me, it's the way that this roster has been put together that you brought in a bunch of guys who do the same things. You know, I'm going to go around the diamond real fast and give you a quick synopsis of what Dave Dombrowski and or Rob Thomson said about these guys today. You know, Bryce Harper, there's not a lot to discuss. You know, Topper said about him playing first base. Great. Who cares? Harper's going to stay here. Bryson Stott, he talked about, look, he's not going to be a 25 home run guy, but he's going to have to be a guy that does more, that uses all fields. Trey Turner was asked about position switch, and they said, no, he's going to be the shortstop. You know what? The answer is we have to explore everything. And if that means that the best thing for this team is that Trey Turner has to move, then we have to consider it. Not, no, he's our shortstop in 22. I get it. He makes $300+ million, and it's hard to make those answers. But that's what the really, really, really tough decisions are. Is it the best thing for our organization to have this guy come back and play shortstop? Guess what? My answer is not if I find a better option, then I have to ask Trey that he's going to have to move. We weren't happy with his defense, and we might have to look closer at that. Instead, he tried to make every excuse in the book on metrics not being the metrics, and I don't know what metrics you're looking at. I know what metrics I'm looking at. My 2 eyes. The guy stunk at shortstop this year. He didn't play a $300 million shortstop, even if you told me he was good at shortstop. He wasn't. But even if he was good, he needs to be flipping great. Gold glove level for me not to consider moving what I watched play shortstop this year. So if you're not open to potentially moving him, you are not putting this team in the best position to succeed. I talked about Bohm and his approach and all that jazz, and Bohm will be back and all that stuff. He said the infield's pretty much locked in, so it doesn't sound like there's going to be any changes in the infield. In the outfield, he said they like Marsh. They like Castellanos. The one guy they went deeper on was Johan Rojas, and, look, this isn't news. Rojas is not a professional major league hitter. They're going to send him to Clearwater. He said he's going to live in Clearwater for the winter. And they're going to try to get him to cut down on his swing, use all fields, yada, yada, yada. Feels like I heard this last year. Feels like the same press conference I heard about Rojas. He's not guaranteed to be the center fielder. I got news for you. I like Rojas more than probably almost everybody listening to this show. If Rojas is back as your center fielder next year and the same offense is around you, I think you have a problem. And sadly, I endorse Rojas as your center fielder in the past because you don't have a better option. It sounds like they like Austin Hayes enough that they want to bring him back. It sounds like they really felt that had Austin Hayes not got hurt, that he would have been a big factor for this team. I don't know that I agree with that. 609-403-0973. Cole from LBI. Mike, the problem with the Phillies offense is the amount of money tied up to the current roster with guys like Turner and Nola and huge deals I don't think they will fully live up to. Castellanos is movable, and he's the most consistent player, the guy that you got. Can't see moving on from Schwarber. So if you really don't free up the money, I don't see a big move happening. That's Cole from LBI. Cole, we've talked a lot about it. This team is unfixable with these contracts. You got to get creative. And if being creative means I got to move Turner from shortstop to left field, that's a creative way to fix the roster, right? Now Turner's my everyday left fielder, and now my left fielder is all of a sudden a pretty productive player. And that means I can find someone, hopefully, to play short or second, because I can now. Stott's a very good second baseman. He's not as good as a shortstop, but those are creative ways. Now, he did mention about spending money. He said we don't need more stars. We have enough stars on this team. This team has more all-stars, 8, than any team in baseball. He's not wrong about that. The problem is it's the type of star. It's like a team that has 5 all-star NBA centers. Well, not 5 centers can't play on the floor at the same time. So you got 8 guys offensively, whatever all-stars you have, many of them that do the same thing even though they play different positions. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Mike, do you think wholesale changes blow it up even a week after the season? Who you bring in manager-wise? Listen, in baseball today, who you bring in manager-wise, there's no answer to that question. I know the whole, if you want to fire this guy, who you bringing in? You know why? In baseball, they're finding a guy who literally got done playing yesterday and bringing him in to manage the next day. These guys that are managers in baseball now, you never heard of half these guys. Or you heard of them and they were lousy players the season before. When Craig Counsell got that job, he was just playing, and then he gets the job. He's turned into one of the best managers in baseball. This happens all the time. Does anybody know who the Met manager was when he got hired? No. So the question of who you're bringing in, that's for them to figure out. There's somebody in the building or somebody in their minor league system or somebody crossed paths with that they really think is the next hot guy. When they brought Gabe Kapler in, it wasn't because they said, man, this guy's really got a great gut for baseball. No, they liked him because he had analytics and he was really analytically driven. And that's what got Kapler that job. So I don't know who that guy is. I don't know who that manager is that shakes things up. And I'm not even suggesting, that Topper deserves to be fired. What I'm saying is if you're going to bring back the same exact roster and the same exact team, it's kind of hard to do it with the same exact manager and coaching staff and tell the fans, hey, we failed 3 years in a row as constructed, and we're going to do it again. Mike, he's right. The team is set, but that doesn't mean that he can't look to add big name in a bad contract swap. Mike Trout, anyone? They're not getting Mike Trout. What is it with everybody coming up with these Mike Trout, conjuring up Mike Trout stuff. This is going on for like 10 years. Like Mike Trout was coming here 10 years ago, then 9 years ago, then 8 years ago, then 7 years ago. Is it one of those things that eventually you're going to say, see, I told you? They're not trading for Mike Trout, nor do they want to, by the way. Mike Trout's contract is something that nobody in this league wants right now. I'm sorry to say that. Mike Trout, obviously, everybody would love to see him in his prime playing in Philadelphia. He has to prove he can stay healthy. He has to prove that he can stay healthy. This isn't MLB The Show where we just throw ridiculous trade offers out there and hope that some idiot computer bot makes a decision to say, this is fair. Yes, it worked. If Mike Trout gets traded to the Phillies, I will certainly let you know, man, you were right on the money. But for the last 9 years that you've said Mike Trout, that's not happening. If I get one more Mike Trout, my God, Mike Trout has to stay healthy, for the first time in, 4 years. His own owner has come out and called him out, said he can't stay healthy. So, yeah, that's the first thing the Phillies want to do. You know what I want to do? Let's add another $300 million to the payroll. And this one spends more time at Shore Medical Center than he does on the field. Jeff and Galloway, it's Groundhog's Day. What, the Trout stuff or the Phillies? My God. 609-403-0973. Mike, I believe having Schwarber to lead off hurt in the playoffs. Runs are at a premium in the playoff. The bottom of the lineup does not get on in front of Kyle. You're wasting his home runs. You need hitting in the middle of the lineup with guys on. You watch different playoffs than I did then because Schwarber didn't do squat other than hit one home run. After that, he didn't do anything. So it didn't matter there was nobody on in front of him because he didn't do anything either. 609-403-0973. Alec Bohm wasn't the same hitter after the Derby. His swing was totally different. I think he was fine after the Derby. It was after he hurt his hand. He hurt something in his hand. He had some ligament problem in his hand. He was fine after the All-Star break. It wasn't until September that Bohm really started to go downhill. Bohm was fine in July, August. It was September. And the month of August, Alec Bohm had one of his better months, actually. He hit 270 with 2 home runs, 16 RBI. He had a pretty decent month of August. It was September. It was when he hurt his hand. He only played in a handful of games in September. He only had 47 at-bats in the month of September when he got hurt. In August, he was just the same in August as he was in June and July. It was the month of September after he hurt that hand. He was not the same player after he hurt that hand. That was, to me, a big changing part of his downfall. That's where he really kind of went downhill.
In the 37 games between the coming back from the All-Star break and before him getting hit in the hand, Mike, in those 37 games, he had a .410 slugging percentage, a .278 batting average with 19 RBI and 11 doubles. I think he was fine after the home run derby.
Yeah, no, I don't look at that and say, man, the home run derby hurt him. That certainly has not crossed my mind at all. Now, listen, if after that derby in the month of July and August he completely bombed, then I would say, yeah, there could have been a correlation there. But in the month of July, the All-Star game was like the second week of July, I want to say.
Yeah, so you're talking about, so the first day back from the All-Star break was July 19th. That was the second half.
Yeah, so in the month of July, he hit 278 in the month of July. And in the month of August, he hit 270. In June, he hit 284. May hit 243. April, he hit 370. So he was everywhere from 370 to 243. August, he was 270. That was after the home run derby. It was September. He hit 170 in September, and that was when that hand problem, he got that hand problem. I don't remember when it was, but that's
the Braves series.
So whenever that was, that after that date, when he came back from that hand problem, he was not the same hitter.
Because he did not play again until September 15th. So he missed basically the first 2 weeks of September after getting hit on the hand.
609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. That's the big news for me. Rob Thomson is back. He is now He's actually back for 2 more seasons, to be honest with you. But I think Dombrowski's message today was disappointing. And look, I don't know. I'm not telling you that Dombrowski's message today was gospel, but I hope it's more lip service than reality.
Do you think he was trying to project confidence, like, hey, we're going to be fine, that kind of attitude? I think that maybe was the thought going into
No,
it?
I think Dave is the ultimate protector of his players. He doesn't
Okay.
want to, he doesn't want to take shots at them. Although he did openly say, look, I know Walker didn't have a great year. He knows that. But at the same time, he said, but he will be given an opportunity. Topper said, I have a lot of confidence in Taijuan Walker. He suggested that they had to rush him back from injury, and then he never really got back into shape, and yada, yada, yada. Lip service all the way there. But the contract dictates. Taijuan Walker's contract says he has to be back here because no one else wants him. It goes back to the stupid Mike Trout trades. No one wants Taijuan Walker's contract. You're not saying, here, take Taijuan Walker. Nobody wants that deal. So you are stuck taking him back.
Right.
Because nobody wants that deal. They have 2 more years to pay him.
Unless they find a way to get out of that money, but I don't see that happening.
No, you got to find somebody else who's saying, yeah, we need that pitcher to fill innings for us, and you need to pay us to take him. So either way you slice it, you're paying for that contract.
Yeah.
No one is taking that contract from you.
Yeah, it's kind of like in the NFL a few years ago, the Brock Osweiler. Remember the Texans dumped him off on the Browns and said, here's a second-round pick. Take him off our hands.
Mike in the Villas. Schwarber in the one hole is like having King Kong Bundy lead off. I understand he draws walk, but his power bat should be set to max RBIs. He can't steal. It takes the run game away. Mike, I don't know that you've not noticed, but stealing in baseball is not quite in vogue that much anymore. But that being said, the Phillies win at an exorbitant rate with Schwarber in the leadoff hole. It's
almost 60%.
It's not debated, okay? They are very good with Schwarber in the leadoff hole. 2 years ago when they did not, or was it 2023, he was not in the leadoff hole.
To begin the year, yeah.
And then they moved him back to the leadoff hole because the team was struggling so much.
Right.
It wasn't until they moved him back to the leadoff hole that they really started to take off. Mike in the Villas, you're acting like there's a leadoff hitter in this league like Ricky Henderson exists. The leadoff position, my man, isn't what you remember in 2024. That guy is not there anymore. The guy who bats leadoff is a high on-base guy. You're looking for a guy that's like Vince Coleman stealing bases. That guy doesn't really exist, Mike. I'm sorry to tell you. It's 2024, dude. You're going to have to come to terms with that. The world and the game has evolved a little bit. The leadoff hitter that you remember, he doesn't exist.
It's like the Rick Pitino game, Kenny Lofton ain't walking through that door.
No, he's not. Lenny Dykstra's not walking through that door. Ricky Henderson not walking through that door.
Juan Pierre.
Leadoff guys. Now, you put Juan Pierre in a place he didn't belong. He's not on the same level as those other guys.
Juan Pierre has some pretty good seasons.
Not as good. He's not on the same level as Ricky Henderson, Lenny Dykstra, and whoever you mentioned.
Kenny Lofton.
Yeah, no. Juan Pierre's a lesser version. See? You already made the sale. You should have stopped right there. Showmanship. You get out on top, right?
Well, obviously I'm not good at that.
No, that's not a strong suit. Mike in the Villas, I appreciate the text, but I don't have a problem with Schwarber in the one hole. All I will say is this, Mike. I am more of a proponent, not that you took a shot at Schwarber being King Kong Bundy being there, and I think to me that means you just don't think he belongs there. I have no problem with Schwarber hitting leadoff. The problem I have is this team needs to be different. And the only way to make this team different is potentially doing something with Schwarber. It's not because Schwarber isn't good enough or deserving of that spot. It's that this team needs a different vibe and look to the lineup that they can't get because of the contract situations.
Really quick, and Mike, isn't also part of the problem, the construction of your lineup is the lefties. If you move Schwarber out of the leadoff, that means you're putting him somewhere he could potentially be back-to-back lefties, right?
Problem with this team is their best 2 hitters are left-handed, and you can't hit them next to each other, right?
Yeah. So, like, if you move Schwarber out of the leadoff, where are you putting him?
609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. George from Absecon says, Mike, you said it already. You're not changing the approach, but you can change the plate discipline. Have been saying saying this all summer. I don't know what you're trying to say there, George. I think Trey Turner said it best after the season, George. And he said
That we got ourselves out.
We got ourselves out, but he said, when you are standing in the dugout and you see your teammates swing at a bad pitch and you're saying, what are you swinging at? It's easy to say that, but when you step in that box and the approach that you know and that you have had since you were high school, college, all the way through the minor leagues and now the pros, that's who you are. That's not something that's easily changed at 30 plus years old, George. 609-403-0973. We've got a lot of texts coming in. 609-403-0973. Like he's the slowest leadoff hitter. True. Schwarber? What the hell's the difference? I don't understand why that matters. That he's
I think
the
it goes back
slowest
to
leadoff.
the people wanting him to be consistent.
So what do you want, Trey Turner to hit leadoff, I guess?
I think there's a lot of people who think Trey Turner should be leadoff.
Right, but other than Trey Turner on this team, then who?
There's no.
It's not like
only
this
one.
team has got like a plethora of guys who are blazing. I mean, Willie McGee's not on this team.
I was going to complain that Shohei Ohtani was leadoff for the Dodgers.
No. Shohei Ohtani is a guy who steals 50 bags. Right. He's a 50-50 guy, but he can run. But he's also a 50 home run guy. See, he hit 50 home runs, and no one in the Dodger world is saying, well, that he should be batting with guys on base because he hits 50 home runs. No. He gets on base the most. That's why he's hitting leadoff. That's why Schwarber hits leadoff. He gets on base the most. They want your leadoff guy to be on base. Now, I think that the Phillies should explore having this guy hit leadoff, and I'll tell you who. Coming up next on the Sports Bash Live, plus Colin Thompson will join us here on 97.3 ESPN. I want to ask Colin Thompson, he was on the Eagles and saw his head coach act in that manner. How would that be received in the locker room? That's coming up next on the Sports Bash.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
I am the voice. The voiceless.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheer your favorite team while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of the party. Go for the sports team and go for the endless screens. Go to the gallery. Go to the Fanatic Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll notice it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry, Halloween's coming alive at Target. Jackie and Gordy the Jack-O-Lanterns filled with a front porch view of Target's Halloween deals, like 20% off costumes at Target Circle. We're talking rock stars, witches, princesses.
Ooh, I think I'd look good with a cape.
I think so too, Gordy. Plus, the trick-or-treat jackpot with 20% off candy.
Now that's how you get porch traffic.
This week only, save 20% off costumes with Target Circle and 20% off candy. Make your Halloween come alive at Target. Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
We're still short-staffed.
He needs a good patient doctor.
How can we not have enough doctors to talk to all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sit through hundreds of resumes.
I need it.
Indeed, you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
97.3 ESPN is teamed up with Season Deal for incredible weekly offers from some fantastic local restaurants. Here's this week's big deal.
Get a $50 gift card good for use at the Ravioli House in Wildwood for just $25.
Friday at 9 a.m. at seizethedeal.com. Hurry, chances are this deal will sell quickly. For more info on this great deal, go to seizethedeal.com. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? So you've got an oil change coming up. You can go farther and save on full synthetic with our oil change special. Right now, you can get 5 quarts of Valvoline Advanced Full Synthetic with an STP Extended Life oil filter for just $35.99. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com. Restrictions apply. When you're hiring for your business, ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology makes finding qualified candidates for your job easy. This made us wonder, what if the rest of the world was as easy as ZipRecruiter? Math problems wouldn't be so problematic. Hey. Escape rooms? Elementary. And summiting Everest would be a walk in the park. In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Simple. So, see what the world is like when ZipRecruiter does the hard work of hiring for you. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The time for holiday hosting is upon us, so make your second bathroom second to none with HomeDepot.com's best savings of the season. Right now, enjoy up to 40% off select online bath. Find the latest on-trend styles of vanities, faucets, showers, tubs, toilets, and more, all at prices that will let your budget relax right along with you and your beautifully renovated bath. Get up to 40% off select online bath plus free delivery at the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see HomeDepot.com/delivery for details.
It's hurricane season. Are you prepared? Don't get left in the dark. Calvi Electric, a certified Generac dealer, has you covered. From installation to maintenance, they're your go-to experts for Generac generators, ensuring your home stays powered through any storm. A Generac home standby generator will automatically restore power to your home during an outage, so your life goes on uninterrupted. Put your trust in Calvi Electric, the premier electrical contractor serving South Jersey for over 115 years. Visit calvielectric.com today or call 609-345-0151.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Never thought this radio stunt would catch on so big.
On 97.3 ESPN.
I was trying to bring energy yesterday, energy, enthusiasm yesterday. And I'm sorry, I'm disappointed on how my energy was directed at the end of the game. And, my energy should be all in on coaching, motivating, right, and celebrating with our guys.
Nick Sirianni apologizes for getting into it with a fan. Now, Colin Thompson has played in the NFL. If his head coach was getting into it with a fan, how would that be received in the locker room? We'll get into that and more. Get his thoughts on the Eagles' offense, which Lane Johnson described as constipated. Pretty good word. Their offense has sucked this year. Colin Thompson, NFL free agent tight end. The Colin Thompson Show, Sirius XM, NFL Radio, joins us now on the Sports Fest. Never a dull moment here in the Delaware Valley, my friend. How are you?
I'm doing good, Mike. How are you, man? Crazy times in Philly sports as always.
Yes, the Phillies extend Rob. Many people were thinking he was going to be fired or not welcomed back. They gave him a contract extension. So you got that going on. We got that. But the national news is all over Coach Nick Sirianni. You have played for coaches in the NFL. You have played for college coaches, demonstrative ones. Have you ever seen your coach basically get into it with a fan during the game or following the game?
Okay, so I played for Dan Quinn, who's awesome, as everybody's finding out. Was been pounding the table for him for a while. Never saw him do it. Will Muschamp, I think Will's fiery. He got into it with a few people, University of Florida. He's now the DC at Georgia, or at least a consultant. Matt Rule never got into it with a fan. When Temple fans would boo us at Temple, he would say, listen to these people. They're like, don't ever listen to the fans ever. So Matt was the complete opposite. Just around my travels in the NFL, all the coaches I played for, nothing there either. So not really. I've never seen this behavior before. I'll be honest with you, Mike. Listen, when you're winning, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. And I think the style of how
they
you
won,
win,
though.
I
They
know,
won.
but the style of how you win, I should say, matters. And it just goes back to our show last week when you texted me after and said, man, that was great. Because I'm in this tricky, sticky point, Mike, of me transitioning as an NFL free agent into the coaching media world. And I have to really be careful what I say. And that's tough. And this is reality of the situation. But I try to be pretty honest. And like I've said, I've never seen it before. What I saw after the Super Bowl is a steady decline of an organization, period. Right? Like Jalen Hurts that year in the Super Bowl, I'm on your show saying, Mike, this guy's top 5 quarterback in the league. He's top 3. He looked like the Deshaun Watson we saw in Houston. Run, throw, nothing like the Deshaun Watson we saw now. Let's be honest. He looked rough against the Eagles. So neither here nor there, Mike. Yes, this is a problem, and we're seeing this, but it's smoke and mirrors to the real issue of what happened since the Super Bowl. Why?
I'm glad you brought this up because I saw a tweet today from Kurt Warner, and I actually have it in our notes section.
Guys, he is a fan. If you're on Twitter, follow Kurt. He is tremendous, Mike.
And he seems to answer. He seems to answer people too. So he says, "It's fascinating to me through 3 different coordinators. The past concepts run by the Eagles remain primarily the same! ! Question marks. I would not expect that, especially with Kellen Moore. But maybe it's more about the quarterback than the coordinator in that respect." Your thoughts?
Oh, I think Jalen is a really good quarterback. But if you're going to be great in this league, you can't pay really good quarterbacks great to elite money. Right. And I think Jalen's a really good player. Like the throws he made down the sideline, not a lot of guys are making those throws. The stuff he makes over the middle, the efficiency of the tush push, right? There's a lot of really positive things about Jalen Hurts. But at the end of the day, offensively, why aren't they running literally what the Vikings run, the Niners run? If that's not your style as a coach, you're wrong offensively, unless Patrick Mahomes is your quarterback. Look what's happening in Jacksonville, guys. What's going on in Jacksonville right now is Doug Peterson running the same offense he ran in Philly with a really good football club. But that team's not the same in Jacks, right? That team in Kansas City is loaded with talent, and the best quarterback could be ever in Patrick Mahomes. So, I would get him under center. I would get the tight ends blocking. I would get look at the Ravens, look at the Lions, look at the Niners, look at the Vikings. They are humming, and it's creative. So I don't know what's going on because I don't see creativity. I don't see a ton of really anything that makes me jump out. They're doing zone read on Myles Garrett, who's one of the best athletes on the planet, if not the best athlete on the planet. And they're saying, hey, Jalen, go out, run him. That's not to me. So I don't know if that's Nick and Kellen's ear or Kellen saying this is what we're running, but
does their offense look different? Does their offense look like Kellen Moore came in and installed a new offense, or does this look like the same offense they've been running?
Same offense they've been running, Mike. It looks like if you don't have A.J. Brown, what are you? I mean, that guy's different, right?
Well, I mean, listen, any team that loses an A.J. Brown caliber player, you're going to suffer. But he was back, and it wasn't like, wow, look at the difference. It was, hey, you're hoping a 50-50 ball goes up, and he makes a play on it, and it's what kind of offense is this?
It's not, Mike. They're taking hitch routes on the sideline. I like that, a little stop route off coverage. I love that. That's good. But I'm watching the film today, and I'm just saying to myself, man, that O-line's really good. Man, they got great receivers. You know what I thought, Mike? And I took these little notes down. Nothing crazy, but I wrote just little things as I take down. Sloppy and soft on offense. Dotson ran out of bounds on the screen. Saquon ran out of bounds. Now, Dotson got the first down, but it's take all the meat off the bone. What do we do? This is the identity of the football team. Toughness. Philadelphia, they embody the city. The coach is jacked up. The players are jacked up. Just sloppy and soft. That's what I thought. It was jumping off sides and you're man, all these guys have played for a really long time. This isn't the teams I played on Carolina where we're trying to figure it out. This is the Philadelphia Eagles offense here. Dotson, again, ran out of bounds on the screen. Saquon, it's 2nd and 2 or like 2nd and real short. He just trotted out of bounds. That guy scares the hell out of people with the ball in his hands. Knife it and get up the field. And then on pass pro, the same play, they run a slide protection. Everyone goes right. Saquon goes left. And he made a business decision not to block that linebacker. Like that guy Saquon's an elite pass pro guy. And he made some nice blocks in the game. But it's just like, it's almost like the team needs to be shaken up and be like, hey, you're the Philadelphia Eagles. 3/4 of the football team's a Pro Bowler. Like, what is happening? And to me, the buck stops with the head coach. And I don't think him yelling at the fans why they lose or win or whatever. But it's like, I said it before, Mike, there's a cultural issue. And it's been like that since they lost the Super Bowl.
Colin Thompson, there's one play, by the way, that I think kind of personifies what they could be. And it is the touchdown to Devontae Smith. Okay. They run the touchdown. He runs a little cross over the middle.
The play's called mesh. It's the same play Dallas Goedert had against the Saints. And it happened earlier in the game, Mike, and they dropped him in coverage too.
So he goes across the middle. To me, you have A.J. Brown, Devontae. See if you agree. You played in this league with weapons. Those are the weapons. It feels like the Eagles are relying on Hurts to make a perfect throw way too many times. How about just Hurts get the ball to playmakers and let them make people miss? This is a league that can't tackle. They can't tackle. And you're telling me that any corner or safety is interested in tackling A.J. Brown in the open field? So why not get those guys? Hey, they were at the 45. He threw a pass. It had 5 air yards to Smith. He caught it on the run. There was a miscommunication, and he got up the sideline and went 45 yards for a touchdown. Get these guys moving across in space and let the receivers be the playmakers, not the quarterback, make the perfect throw.
You know what the team feels like, Mike? When you watch a college basketball game, you go down to the A10 tournament there at AC, and you're pounding the table saying, why does Atlantic City show up, right? And that's what it feels like. You watch the A10, they're moving the ball, they're playing good basketball, then you turn on an NBA game, and it's hero ball and it's one-on-one. And don't hate the player, hate the game. That's a part of the NBA now, right? Triple doubles. My man's got to get his, but it's not smooth basketball. It's not Golden State when they had all those guys, and you're like, man, this is fun to watch. It's not Caitlin Clark at Iowa where they're kicking the ball around. And it is hero ball. It's hero ball. They don't play as one. They don't. And that's why Lane Johnson said that the offense is constipated. What does that mean? It's stopped up, man. It's not fluid. It's not rolling.
They have Saquon Barkley. You got Brown and Smith. I want to get your opinion on this. I'm just a novice when it comes to designing plays here, okay?
Yeah.
Don't I want to try to run some play action with that running back? And if I run play action, don't I want to be under center, have the look that I'm going to hand the ball off, get those linebackers to take a step up, stop, and go over the top of them if I want to go down the seam, or if I want to take that shot down the field, don't I want to do it through play? Doesn't that shot down the field work better with play action?
Hey, you saw it to Calcaterra. His 2 big catches were all play action, if I remember correctly. I don't know if the seam ball was. I think it was. But I know the little I caught that pass in a preseason game, the longest catch and run of my life. You saw Calcaterra, who's like, backup tight end, catch. You block the DN for a second, shed him. You're wide open, make a guy miss. Nice blocks down the field. Mike, you're 100% right. Listen, why were the Saints so good to start the year? They ran the hell out of the ball. Derek Carr looked like he was going to win MVP of the league, right? And they had some injuries, and that's how they'll probably bounce back. But my point is, like, I'm going to talk about it on my show today. The teams that run the ball and stop the run in this league, they're really freaking good. Like, the Ravens are last in pass defense. Who cares? I'll take that any day of the week because offensively, you can't stop them, and you're not going to get the ball that much. So if I'm the Eagles, I'm playing tempo. I'm running a little up-tempo zone reads. I'm getting the quarterback comfortable. We have an offensive line that's really good. Like, that would be my fix, Mike. Either we're going to be if we're going to run the spread offense, we got to play with tempo. Or if we're going to do it, which I agree with, get under center. I'm slowing this game down like crazy for the offense on the other team.
A lot of people, you saw a firing with the Jets, and some people have already suggested Sirianni's got to go. But what I want to ask you, Colin Thompson, is how hard is it to go through a coaching change in the middle of a season when you have to elevate someone? You went through this in Carolina. Matt Rule was fired, and now the next guy comes in. How does that, is that something that you could say switching your head coach is going to make a philosophical difference? And would that be something that, is like, hey, it's not that big of a deal. It's not as big as you may think.
It depends on who you're passing the baton to. It really, really depends. He passed it along in Carolina, our owner did, to Coach Steve Wilkes, who was a defensive-minded, ton of energy, walks off, carry a big stick kind of guy, super well respected, came in the first day, put a brick down, kind of a cheesy, corny coach thing, put a brick down on the thing and said, everyone's got to go brick by brick. We're going to build this house brick by brick. And it was nothing too crazy, but it was simple. And it's not a breath of fresh air because the coach failed. That means the players failed. But it's almost like, okay, it is backs against the wall. All our jobs are on the line. And I'll be honest with you, Mike, I hate to say this, and I may sound like a Philly sports fan here because I'm a half a Philly sports fan, kind of. This is a must win this weekend against the Giants. Let's just call it what it is. Like, the Giants are a better football team than people think. Daniel Jones is having
they got a really good defense.
And Daniel Jones is playing okay for what they have around him, okay? And when Neighbors comes back, they're even better. Slayton's a good football player. They're running the ball okay. Their interior offensive line, that old line's played a lot of football together. Like, I get it. It's a Giant. But it's a much better outfit than people think. Like, Dayball is probably not going to lose his job. That team's moving in the right direction. Like, this is a must win. You go up to the Giants and the Giants win this football game. Or if it's sloppy, win again, like it kind of was against the Browns. Like, eventually you're like, okay, it's been happening this way since the loss of the Super Bowl. They started the year 9-1. There was a good mojo around the team, but we've talked about on here before. The ball was kind of bouncing their way. Was the ball bouncing their way, Mike? Or were they winning close games? Like, it's a fine line. And did they win a close game against the Browns, or did the Browns give them the win? So,
the Browns are a bad football team. By the way, the Browns just traded Amari Cooper to the Bills.
Yes. Devontae Adams to the Jets. Two huge moves.
Yeah. So the Browns said, we're waving the white flag, kind of. Their offense is just so bad. Amari Cooper
and
to
they
the
have
Bills.
Pieces, Mike. Jerry Jeudy.
Oh, the quarterback's terrible.
Njoku's one of the best tight ends on the planet.
Their line's pretty bad.
I know they're banged up, but they got some good players on that line too.
They won 11 games last year, went to the playoffs, and then got healthy.
And they got rid of Joe Flacco.
Yeah, well, that's a story in the NFL where that team didn't have enough stones to bring him back because they didn't want to tick off the guy who was getting paid the real money.
That's the impact of ownership, ladies and gentlemen, on a program, because every organization is run differently. Every single one. They are not the same. So, Mike, it just hasn't looked clean since the Super Bowl.
No, it hasn't. You're right about that. Colin Thompson, everybody. Not for long media, Sirius XM NFL radio. Every Tuesday, we break it down right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, my brother. I will talk to you next week.
You're the best, Mike. Love the show. Thanks, pal.
All right, there's Colin, of course, here every Tuesday. And, of course, we got plenty more for you coming up on the Sports Bash today, including, by the way, Flyers play tonight. And you can listen to that game right after the baseball playoffs. We'll take you in progress to the Flyers and Edmonton right here on 97.3 ESPN. Coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, John McCollum. Did Nick Sirianni really call a defensive play? We'll get into that. What did Kellen Moore had to say about the offense? Plus, we've got Frank Close, post-mortem Phillies mailbag at 3:30. Who's in? Who's out? 3 o'clock hour. It's all on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
The playoffs continue. ESPN Radio. New York Yankees win game one at home, and they make it 2 straight, or will the Guardians bounce back? Game 3 is today at Center East. Playoff baseball on 97.3 ESPN. Brought to you by Short Positions. Be well connected. Visit shortpositions.com.
The make on game day is ordering catering from the opening end. With parties big or small, it does it all. Your guests will be cheering for the pick spin on football favorites like Goldboard nachos, Tuesdays, burgers, and their award-winning buffalo rolls, tails and ears, your chicken Game 6 on Route 206 at the end. Join the fun. Follow the group on Facebook or at PickleWilly.com for the big game specials. And be sure to pre-order to guarantee your spot in Sunday's lineup. $5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code LOCAL to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code LOCAL for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code LOCAL for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are going to need a bigger cake.
Now through November 12th, get fast, reliable 300 megabit Xfinity internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and unlimited data included. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $90 a month. Actual speeds vary.
This season, get premium tech that inspires joy from Dell Technologies. Bring projects to life with the XPS 16. It delivers supercharged processing for enhanced productivity and freedom to express yourself. Performance-class Dell PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors deliver a dedicated engine to help accelerate AI. Enjoy free shipping, Dell rewards, and expert support. When you get a Dell PC with AI, it gives back. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
With GMF financing, the qualified buyers excludes Traverse and Corvette excludes prior sales.
Need a car, truck, or SUV? Great! Get to Bennett Chevy, where you're going to get Bennett's best offers ever. You know Bennett sells new Chevys at the true GM supplier employee price, right? Well, right now, Bennett Chevrolet says, how'd you like to buy your new Chevy and pay $500 below the GM supplier employee price? Yes, $500 less than our employees. Plus, you keep all the rebates. That's up to 15% off the sticker. And with available 0% financing, you'll have incredibly low payments. And if you've got an old car to trade, right now you'll get a minimum $10,000 towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. That's at least $10,000 for total junk. Imagine how much we'll pay for good trades. And wait till you experience Bennett's non-commissioned sales team. Paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. So they'll make getting all these unbelievable deals even better. Together, let's drive. Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
254 Sports Bash Live coming up at 3. John McMullen on the Eagles' mess. Even though they won, it's a mess. They got a lot going on. Listen to Flyers hockey tonight after Yankees and Guardians Game 2. You can listen to the Flyers and Oilers on 97.3 ESPN after Game 2. You can listen to both games on the app on your phone, powered by First Bank of Seattle City, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. The Flyers are 1-1, by the way. Both games really late. So I don't know how much of the Flyers anybody has watched, but they are 1-1. They are a lot more fun. We did have a guy texting earlier that said that we need to talk about the Flyers because the Phillies are so depressing or something to that effect. So if you want to talk about the Flyers, I will give you the floor at 609-403-0973. We'll see how many Flyers text messages we had about 50 Phillies text messages in that first segment. And we get 50 Flyers text messages. The Flyers, I will say this. Hockey is just not a second-guessing sport. There's not a lot of second-guessing that goes on in hockey, which is the genesis of what we do. Some people think the manager's at fault. Some people think this guy's at fault. Some people think the GM. Some people think this guy should bat lead off. Some people think that guy should bat lead off. Hockey's a hard second-guessing sport. So it's not a, okay, if you have a Flyers topic, what's something that you would like to hear about the Flyers that you're not getting?
I mean, you could argue about using the backup goaltender, maybe.
The backup goalie? God's sake. Is what Trout getting traded to? Johnny Mack joins me next on the Sports Bash.
It's Philadelphia Flyers tonight on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Listen as Tim Saunders and Todd Fedora read all the exciting play-by-play It's Flyers Oil tonight. Coverage begins after playoff baseball on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia Flyers hockey. 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of the party. Go for the sports team and go for the endless streams. Go to the Gallery. Go to the Fanatic Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body's set for the day, but my mind is still running. So I can ZQL.
ZQL, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQL nights. Explore our products at ZQL.com. Use this directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Here for the deals. You have your eye on some hot new wheels. We want to pay off your loan or lease and tell your old car to rust in peace.
It's a Mad Black Tea today. There is a loan or lease. Mad Black Tea will have to get you a lease and treat yourself to on every corner of our new Mad Black Kia in style. You won't need a costume. You get a brand new Mad Black Kia Forte LXS under $20 grand. Brand new Kia. Ready trade.
Gotta be a Mad Black Kia.
Offers can't be combined. Go to MacBlackTiaNJ.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes through KMF. Rebates and incentives to dealer. Expires 10/31/24.
Matt Black Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Harper Township, and on Route 37 in Toms River.
Get your holiday started with the perfect tree in your perfect style from the Home Depot. Whether you want something that you can assemble in a few clicks, feel the show with over 2,000 color-changing bulbs, or a tree with lights that can be controlled by remote or foot pedal. The Home Depot has it all in our huge assortment of premium trees. Plus, get free delivery on over 2 million items this holiday from the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see homedepot.com for delivery for details.
If you or someone you know needs help getting through a difficult time, start with NJ211. When you reach out to 211, we can connect you to help with housing, utilities, food, childcare, senior services, income support, healthcare, legal issues, and more. Help is available in over 150 languages, and the service is free, confidential, and available 24/7. Need help? Dial 211, text 898-211, or search nj211.org.
It's hurricane season. Are you prepared? Don't get left in the dark. Calvi Electric, a certified Generac dealer, has you covered. From installation to maintenance, they're your go-to experts for Generac generators, ensuring your home stays powered through any storm. The Generac home standby generator will automatically restore power to your home during an outage, so your life goes on uninterrupted. Put your trust in Calvi Electric, the premier electrical contractor serving South Jersey for over 115 years. Visit calvielectric.com today or call 609-345-0151.
Home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
They've got him! It's a sack!
Sixers.
Oh, baby!
And Flyers.
He scored!
97.3 ESPN. WENJ. WENJ HD Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort studio, here's Mike Gill.
That's a coach that's letting the fans get to him. And that's a coach that hasn't blocked out the noise. That's what that is. And you can't have that happen. That's unacceptable. Like, those are your customers. Fans are customers. Ultimately. So can you imagine somebody who works in a store going over a customer and barking at them?
3 o'clock, Sports Bash. That was Adam Schefter this morning on Unsportsmanlike. Is it as bad as the national media is making it? John McMullen has covered the Eagles for many of years. He's been in that room. He's been in that stadium. He's been around that front office. He's been around this coach. Is it as bad on the inside as the perception is on the outside? Well, ask the host of Bird 365, weekday mornings at 8 a.m. on the Jacob Media YouTube channel. You heard Nick Sirianni apologizing. Was the apology enough? Adam Schefter said his response was unacceptable. John McMullen, you were around there today. Was there planning of the flames? Is this bad in the building as is being perceived?
It's unacceptable, Mike. I don't think it's quite that bad. It's self-inflicted, which is, kind of head-scratching, I think, from the Eagles' perspective. I circle back to Jeffrey Lurie. I thought this was an untenable setup to begin with. I've been talking about that since practically day one. And I think it's developing right in front of people's eyes. But ultimately, when you're talking about the football part of it, I don't think it matters much. I mean, the players, C.J. Johnson, Brandon Graham, Jalen Hurts, they all defended Nick. But, from a business standpoint, I think it's a bigger deal, and that's why we're forced to apologize. But I don't think it has much effect on the football part of it. I do agree with Adam's take. He's letting the outside noise get to him. I agree with that.
A lot of people said, hey, he apologized yesterday. He looked like they all got to him. Do you think they were unhappy with the video that they saw?
Yeah, they were unhappy the night of the game. They were unhappy. It was evident. It's two executives that stand by Nick, and they were not happy the night of the game. So, that's no surprise. But that's different from. I think that's like, what are you doing? It's it's self-evident.
Listen, I'm a pretty measured guy. I like to not go crazy. When I saw that video and I said, listen, if he's yelling at the fan, like, I don't hear fire Nick now, I'm so embarrassed that I almost have to do something about it. Now, apparently the fan has come out, yada, yada, whether we believe that or not. But, still, the fan saying, well, this is what he said, that doesn't help things either. Hey, we yelled at Nick to run the ball, and Nick said, see, I told you we would run the ball. Like, that's not helping matters either.
It makes sense. Yeah, and by the way, if that's how it went down, why is he even apologizing? Who cares? But from the most part, I think the look is worse than anything else. I don't think it affects the football part of it at all, except for the fact that he's creating these hurdles for himself, and they're unforced errors, so to speak. And it has to do not only with that, but I think far bigger is the way he handles this play calling nonsense. He's setting himself up. I'm like, that to me is the far bigger aspect of it.
Well, today Vic Fangio was almost like, really? He said that? It was almost like he was perplexed he was asked a question. Like, Nick said he called a play, and Fangio was almost like, what the hell is this guy talking about?
And why would an offensive coach call? It's just bizarre. The behavior is bizarre. That's my bigger concern. And even the offensive side, where people think it's evident what he's doing. He's trying to protect his guys, which you can, be it Kellen Moore, be it Vic Fangio, be it the players. He's trying to protect them and he's trying to be the lightning rod. But it's not helping. It's creating more questions than it's protecting. And now he set himself up for the point of when something goes bad, it's his fault as the head coach, which is not good. And that to me is the far bigger issue than yelling at some knucklehead telling you to run the football or whatever happened. But it's the bigger part is the football aspect of it, because this team has a division to win and a division that's there for the taking and a division that's not very good. Even if they do have hiccups and grow along the way, they should win this division. But all this nonsense is taking away and obviously have an effect on the head coach, and it's all unforced. It's all unforced error.
Right. Well, how much, we talked a lot about this. Jeffrey has never done anything crazy, but how much noise do they have to say we might have, is it not even close to that bad? Or do you think it's, where you would be, hey, I'd be surprised, but man, it's getting to the point where they have to at least think of something here.
Well, I don't think it's gotten to the point where he's going to fire him, because I know Jeffrey knows what the alternative is. And you just kind of saw it with the New York Jets with 100 penalties. And, it's not a good thing to assume that somebody new is going to prepare the football team and do things in a positive. You might get a short-term bump, but it generally always ends in a negative fashion, because football is not a sport where you can just pick up and do stuff new. That's for the off season and all that kind of stuff. So, the only thing that would have changed it if the story behind the incident was much uglier. Again, if you want to believe the Reddit poster, I mean, that's nothing.
Well, just real quick, let me, for the listeners out there that are wondering what the heck we're talking about with a Reddit poster, somebody actually has messaged that he was, in fact, the person that Sirianni got into it with. And he's saying, look, I sat in section 138, row 2, seat 4. I yelled at Nick and Kellen, run the ball. And Nick turned around, gestured to calm down, and said something to the effect of, we will, don't worry, I'm on it. You go to the end of the game, and Nick said, see, I told you we would run. I told you. And that's what he's suggesting that you saw in the video. I don't know how that helps matters for anybody, though, that Sirianni is now going over and saying, hey, I told you we would run, and we did.
Well, I think it helps from the fact that I think the only thing that makes it a fireable offense is if it's, very untoward, as you can imagine, expletives and, doing some things that are really off base for a professional. That's nonsense. That's meaningless, that kind of stuff, other than you'd prefer to have your head coach ignore it, as Adam kind of said. But in the long term, it's not ugly at all. And if you look at the video, and I don't think a lot of people looked at the video other than watching Nick Sirianni. If you watch Brandon Graham, who's in it, if you watch Nick Yates, if you watch the players, and I think CJ was in it, CJ Gunn, they're all kind of laughing at it. So I don't think it was ugly. I don't think it was an ugly incident.
All right, so I'm glad you said that, because I did want to get you to, we heard Brandon Graham. He was very public with it. Darius Slay, who was on the Micah Parsons podcast, he was talking about it. What have the players kind of said? Because the messaging was, we need 2022 Nick back. We need that guy who was yelling at the Chiefs, yelling at the Indianapolis Colts fans. They need that guy back. Do they really need that guy back? Does the organization want that guy back?
I don't think so. But they got that guy. What Nick Sirianni has done is made the path to returning in 2025 even smaller than it was to begin with. I mean, we're talking you have to make the playoffs. We're talking you have to win a game. You might have to win 2 games. We're talking when you do get knocked out, you better not get blown out. We're talking all of this now. I mean, it's very unlikely he's going to return next year. Yeah. Very unlikely. And I'm not even
outside of what?
Outside, winning the Super Bowl, but I think going to the Super Bowl would be acceptable. Again, if you go to the divisional round and you play a tough game and you lose it, then I think it's more of a debatable topic. But he's got to go a significant distance, and he's got to win, and he's got to be competitive if they do lose. Otherwise, he's out of here. And I'm not sure.
And he knows that, though.
Yeah, I think he knows it. And I'm not sure he doesn't want out at this point, to be honest. Well, I mean, that was my original take.
It's funny. That's the the fans are starting, hey, I think this guy's trying to get himself fired.
Well, I don't think he's trying to get himself fired immediately because, A, I think he's very competitive, and B, I think he knows Jeffrey's not going to do that. So, I don't think he's trying to get himself fired. But I do think at the end of the season, whenever that is, because I don't think they're going to the Super Bowl, but whenever that is, I'm not sure he's not going to be at the Doug Peterson stage of, you know what, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of everybody here. I think it might be a two-way street, to be honest.
Yeah. John McMullen, Birds 365, weekday mornings, 8 a.m. on the Jacob Media YouTube channel, Sports Illustrated. So you got that whole mess going on. The team actually won the game. So
there was a game?
The disconnect that I find is the problem here, John, is Nick saying it's really hard to win in the NFL. So he lashes out like, I don't hear you guys, fire Nick or whatever he might have said, because in his mind, you win an NFL game, that's hard. And the fans are judging you based on the opponent. And they're saying, yeah, you won, but the team you played stinks and you didn't win by enough. So you have this disconnect of you won, but the win wasn't impressive enough. And Nick is looking at it and saying, man, we won an NFL game. That should be enough. And this is where he's never going to win that battle.
No, not in this town. No, not with this team. Not with these expectations.
And guess what?
He's right, though.
He set these expectations by taking the team. And this is where the dynamic is so weird. Here's a guy who took a team to the Super Bowl that no one thought was going to the Super Bowl. And now he's created expectations based on his own success that right now he can't handle.
Yeah, and this team can't handle, because they're not good enough. So I think there's a duality there. And, my interesting take, I think Nick should shut up and point to the scoreboard and point to his, record, his franchise best record, the 3 playoff appearances, the Super Bowl appearance, and do the old scoreboard thing. Look at it. 37-19, whatever he was, 660 winning percentage. And just lean on that. That's what he should do. But yeah, I mean, let's be honest. This has become an entitled fan base, really since Andy got here, and they turned the corner and became a pretty consistent contender. Everybody has little lulls, and they've had little lulls, but we talked about the expectations last year, and now they think a lot of Eagles fans think this is the best team in football talent-wise. And Mike, they ain't close. They're not. If you look at whoever you think is good, Kansas City, Baltimore, even teams that have struggled a little bit early, if they get healthy, like San Francisco, I still think even though the Eagles got it done with A.J. Brown in Brazil, I think Green Bay is getting back to where, you can make an argument they're better. I don't know about Minnesota. I don't necessarily trust them. But there's quite a few teams. Houston, I would throw in that category. There's quite a few teams that are better than the Philadelphia Eagles right now.
Well,
I don't think people in Philadelphia and the Delaware Valley understand that.
Well, you're absolutely right. And that will take us to the team itself. Lane Johnson called the offense constipated. I mean, that's not good. The team, and he's not wrong. The offense, they got everybody back. They're healthy. And then they said, well, we've only played together 1 week. The offense doesn't look a bit different from what we've seen the past couple of years. It's just unimaginative. There's no creativity. It's clunky. And they're just waiting for a big play, just that they're waiting for a throw to go down the field and one of those receivers maybe once or twice a game to go up and make a play. There's no rhythm or anything that makes that offense feel like, man, they're ready. They're going to click at one of these weeks.
Well, they might click, but it'll have to do. And it's becoming, we're going to see with Jordan Mailata. Obviously, he's going to miss some time. We'll see with Dallas Goedert as we get out to the practice field tomorrow where he is. And it looks like Slay's going to be fine of the three. But, if you all of a sudden you lose Jordan Mailata and Dallas Goedert for multiple weeks, you're sort of in the same category. Not quite as harsh, but sort of in the same category of not having AJ and Lane, at least to a certain degree when you talk, because where the Eagles do have top tier talent is with their starters on offense. They're starters, not their depth, they're starters. And if the more starters that aren't on the field, you saw it obviously in Tampa, it can get ugly. And, it's going to be interesting to see what they do at left tackle in the short term, because I would consider moving Mekhi Becton in there and putting Tyler Steen in at right guard, even though Jeff Stoutland doesn't like moving parts. I think that would be the better way to go than just putting Fred Johnson at left tackle. Now, again, maybe if it's 2 weeks, you persevere. But if it's 4 weeks, if it's 6 weeks, you better move Mekhi out there. Mm-hmm. That would be my advice. And either way, it's not going to be as good as Jordan Mailata. And obviously at tight end, Grant Calcaterra did a nice job, career game, but he's not Dallas Goedert. So all of a sudden the attrition starts in, the depth's not very good, and you start having problems again. But to the point of the offense looking the same, and this is the biggest problem, because everybody in this town, not everybody, I hate to generalize, but a lot of people in this town think it's the same offense. It's Nick Sirianni's offense. And what they're missing is Nick Sirianni built this offense for the quarterback. If they forget when they started 2-5, they put a lot on Jalen Hurts' plate and scaled back. So this offense has looked the same no matter if Nick Sirianni's the play caller, if Shane Steichen's the play caller, if Brian Johnson's the play caller, if Kellen Moore's the play caller. Why aren't people connecting the dots?
Well, one prominent person has connected those dots there, John McMullen, and that is Hall of Fame quarterback Kurt Warner, who tweeted, "It's fascinating to me through 3 different coordinators, the pass concepts run by the Eagles remain the same. I would not expect that, especially this year with Kellen Moore, but maybe it's more about the quarterback than the coordinator in that respect. Is the league finally catching on that maybe it's a Jalen Hurts issue and not a play caller issue?"
Yeah, well, it is. And I'm glad Kurt said that. It is. I mean, Kellen Moore got here, and like good coaches do, look, everybody, when are they going to use play action? Why are you going to use play action when Jalen Hurts is your quarterback? Traditional play action, traditional San Francisco, Kirk Cousins play action. Why would you do that? You're a bad coach if you do that. So are people assuming Kellen Moore's a bad coach? I'm going to make him go play action. I'm going to make Jalen Hurts go under center turn his back to the defense, put the ball in the stomach of Saquon Barkley as an I-back, and then drop 7 steps and do what Kirk Cousins does? Does that make any sense?
Well, I would say you're right, but here's the issue is they keep wanting to throw balls down the sidelines of the field, and to consistently be able to do that, you have to be able to at least show something. So you're right, but then they got to stop they are taking a shot down the field almost every possession. You're supposed to take a shot down the field as a surprise, as a, hey, we've baited you. Now we're going to take our shot. They're going 20 yards down the field. So now you're asking the quarterback to make a perfect throw or the receiver to win a 50-50 every possession to be successful.
Well, and again, that, if you look at the 3rd and 1, that shouldn't even have been, because for some bizarre reason at the end of the half, Saquon ran out of bounds. I don't know why he did that. That play was changed at the line of scrimmage by the quarterback, and it was all goes, all verticals. And Saquon missed the blitz pickup, and they had the sack. And all of a sudden, you're backed up 57-yard field goal. Myles Garrett jumps over the line of scrimmage. Rodney gets it. Touchdown. Cleveland's back in the game. That was the quarterback autonomy that he's created. And then late in the game, the kill shot, so to speak, again, was a Jalen Hurts audible.
Mm-hmm.
So, look, they're in this, he's created this autonomy. He's taking this autonomy. He's changing plays. Sometimes it works, like at the end of the game. Sometimes it doesn't work.
Well, yeah, it worked, but that's a terrible play call.
It's not a play call.
No, I'm saying
by the quarterback
it worked.
At the line of
Right. I'm saying it worked. He changed the plays, and it worked, but it's a terrible decision for him to make that change.
I agree. And I've said this, and I'm glad people see that. Because I've said it.
Well, it's a low percentage play that if it's not completed, the clock stops. It's the same problem they had earlier, where Saquon Barkley drops the ball. That's at least a high percentage play.
You know how fans are, Mike. If the result is good, the play call is good. If the result is bad, the play call is bad. Sometimes you make a bad decision and get a good result. That's what happened to the Eagles with the A.J. Brown play.
Yeah.
I'm with you. That's a bad decision.
You know what Nick Sirianni should have – Nick needs to go all Neil Brown on his next press conference, the West Virginia head coach, by the way. Disgraceful answer today. And just say to the fans, if we win or lose, who cares? Did you have a good time in the tailgate lots? I think you had a good time. So that should have been his answer.
Yeah, that'll go over well.
Oh, jeez.
Better than bringing his kids up.
I love the question that Chris Canny asked Orlovsky this morning on Unsportsmanlike was, who did a better job of blocking, the Eagles' offensive line or Sirianni's children?
Well, and I will say that part. And then, he does that all the time, and it's annoying.
I don't know that he's brought all 3 out.
I don't know. He usually brings out 2.
Yeah.
He brought all 3 out.
Listen,
it doesn't matter. He's brought out 1. He's brought out 2. Now he's brought out 3.
Even if you say, hey, what are you criticizing the guy? It's his right to bring out the kids. Okay, great. I'll bring out your kids. That's a great idea. He's up there cursing in front of the kids. So it's like.
Well, I know. Then he's got to apologize to the kids. It's just unprofessional. And by the way, I blame the Eagles for that. In a lot of ways, first of all, you got to read the room. Now, in the past, generally when he does it, and I'm not taking notes, but generally when he's done it, they've won. So it's not, fans don't want to hear, they want to hear probing questions. They want to get answers to why they didn't play well. In this case, they won, but they didn't play well. So it was a little bit different. And he knew, or he should have knew the questions were coming. And he certainly did, because he winked at Elliott, who asked about it, and he winked. Like, he's playing with us because we know the real deal. And yeah, it was very unbecoming. But when I hear the national media run with it, I'm like, there was no question not asked.
We weren't deterred by the appearance of the children. He was asked every question that needed to be asked. So, yeah, I think is going too far. But I will say, whether it's any coach, don't bring your kids up to a post-game press conference.
Yeah, I would agree.
Ever.
Yeah.
Ever.
Totally agree with that.
Every question that needed to be asked was asked, including why did you bring up your children? Including that.
Well, and then yesterday, it's not you guys are on Zoom, so the back and forth isn't there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is this okay?
Well,
he talks again.
He looked like a prisoner of war yesterday.
He talks again. What, tomorrow?
Yes.
Does this story go away, or is he going to get more questions?
I think for the most part, it'll go away. I mean, how much more can you ask about it other than, but I'm sure there'll be one or two. But at some point, I don't know how much, I don't know if there's any legs left to it. He apologized. So I think that's their attempt to put it to bed.
He was.
And by the way, if the Reddit explanation is the correct thing and that's what happened, I don't even know why he apologized, other than, probably Jeffrey told him to. That's it.
Yeah. Hey, Nick, did you get taken to the principal's office and basically scolded?
Yeah, well, he did. He got scolded after the game. Jeffrey, for those who don't know, Jeffrey's in the locker room after the game. I mean, he was scolded after.
All right, John. By the way, the defense played pretty well, but I don't know what to make it because that offense is so bad.
Yeah, well, I'm with you. I've said that pretty consistently. But they were pretty good, except for N'Kobe Dean.
All right, we'll get into that tomorrow and more. Nick will talk again tomorrow. We'll have plenty more tomorrow. Eagles, Giants. Giants, good defensive team to get some weapons back on offense. And, hey, it's been an Eagles, Cowboys, NFC East the last couple of years. Is it turning into a Commanders-Giants division? We'll get into that.
I got news for you. I don't know, but Week 8, they moved Cincinnati, the Eagles, two perceived Super Bowl contenders who are no longer perceived Super Bowl contenders, from 4:25 to 1 o'clock. The game they moved into 4:25, Chicago, Washington.
Yeah, you got the two rookies going up against each other. I did see that. The 1 o'clock game, Cincinnati against Philadelphia. All right, Johnny Mac, we will do it again tomorrow. I'll be on Birds 365 tomorrow at 8:20. All right, pal.
All right, thanks, Mike.
All right, there's John. He's back tomorrow. When we come back, the Phillies made a big announcement today. We'll get into that coming up next.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Keeping the fans entertained and happy.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
With GMF financing to qualified buyers excludes Traverse and Corvette excludes prior sales.
Need a car, truck, or SUV? Great! Get to Bennett Chevy, where you're going to get Bennett's best offers ever. You know Bennett sells new Chevys at the true GM supplier employee price, right? Well, right now, Bennett Chevrolet says, how'd you like to buy your new Chevy and pay $500 below the GM supplier employee price? Yes, $500 less than our employees. Plus, you keep all the rebates. That's up to 15% off the sticker. And with available 0% financing, you'll have incredibly low payments. And if you've got an old car to trade, right now you'll get a minimum $10,000 towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. That's at least $10,000 for total junk. Imagine how much we'll pay for good trades. And wait till you experience Bennett's non-commissioned sales team. Paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. So they'll make getting all these unbelievable deals even better. Together, let's drive. Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double hot, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Hey, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Well, I do now.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
Did you say you're cutting me off?
You earn We Match. Unlimited cashback match.
See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
The time for holiday hosting is upon us, so make your second bathroom second to none with HomeDepot.com's best savings of the season. Right now, enjoy up to 40% off select online bath. Find the latest on-trend styles of vanities, faucets, showers, tubs, toilets, and more, all at prices that will let your budget relax right along with you and your beautifully renovated bath. Get up to 40% off select online bath plus free delivery at the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see HomeDepot.com/delivery for details.
Hi, it's Pete from Chickie and Pete's. Wrap up your workday with the all-new Chickies and Pete's Happy Hour with unbeatable specials weekdays from 4 to 6 p.m. Enjoy half-price orders of Chickies meaty and tender wings, one of our tasty and delicious pizzas, or an order of mouth-watering hot, cold, or fried shrimp. Plus $3 domestic bottled beers, $5 Tito's, and $6 seltzers. It's the all-new Happy Hour, weekdays 4 to 6 p.m., only at Chickies and Pete's. Hi, it's Pete from Chickie and Pete's. Now, for a limited time, it's buy one, get one free snow crab legs every Tuesday and Wednesday. Buy one, get one free, and enjoy the sweet, delicate flavor of snowy white crab meat. Pair it with one of our handcrafted cocktails like the Stoli Vanilla Creamsicle or the Bourbon Peach Sweet Tea. Top it off with Chickie and Pete's world-famous crab fries. Buy one, get one free snow crab legs every Tuesday and Wednesday for a limited time. Restrictions apply only at Chickies and Pete's.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams Fall Sale and get 30% off paints and stains from October 11th through the 21st. With prices starting at $34.29, it's the perfect time to transform your space with color. Whether you're looking to revamp your bedroom, living room, or home office, we have you covered with bold hues, soothing neutrals, and everything in between. Shop the sale online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Fall, crisp air, colorful leaves, and you're at the office. That's okay. Now you can make work delicious and rake in the deals too with delicious fall savings from EasyCater, the top site for ordering food for meetings from your team's favorite restaurants. Save up to $40 when you order from select restaurants exclusively on EasyCater.com. So get food for your team and save some green. Order now at EasyCater.com. Orders must be placed and received between October 7th and the 18th. Restrictions apply. See offer details.
Imagine your team always looking and feeling their best in high-performance technical workwear. Cintas can make it happen. They have garments for almost every job imaginable. And with the Cintas Workwear program, you get freshly laundered garments delivered every week for everyone on your team. Great garments without the bother of laundry. That's a real perk for employees. Find out how Cintas can boost team image and morale. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
It's the time of year for killer deals. You've had your eye on some hot new wheels. We want to pay off your loan or lease and tell your old car to rust in peace.
Get your Matt Black Kia today. Buried in a loan or lease? Matt Black Kia wants to get you released. Then treat yourself to 0 down, 0 payments until next year. Even 0% up to 72 months on every clearly marked new Matt Black Kia in stock. You won't need a costume to get a brand new Matt Black Kia Forte LXS under 20 grand. That's right, a brand new Kia, just $19,999 with any trade. That's less than most used vehicles.
It's gotta be a Matt Black Kia.
Bulletproof credit, 24 EV9 and 6, $13.88 per thousand. Not all will qualify. Credit may affect down payment. Offers can't be combined. Go to MattBlackKiaNJ.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes through KMF. Rebates and incentives to dealer. Expires 10/31/24. Matt Black Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike. Jeff. River.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Do I have everybody's attention now?
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
The lineup construction, we're going to go through that and try and figure out a better way to have score runs on a consistent basis. Is there a different way? Is it best to have Kyle in the leadoff spot? Oh no, we've won a lot of games with him in the leadoff spot, so we've got to really think about this.
Rob Thomson earlier today, he asked the question, is it best to have Kyle in the leadoff spot? Let's get into it now. Frank Close, 97.3 ESPN.com Phillies insider, as we wrap up another Philly season, Frank, the post-mortem edition of the mailbag. But you heard Rob Thomson, who, by the way, let's start there. Rob Thomson not only will be back next year, he got an extension through 2026. Were you surprised at all that Rob Thomson and the staff will be back. Did you have any question or doubt that Thomson and or the staff, if they would be back?
I didn't really, if you look at his 3 seasons as a Phillies manager, I mean, he's got perhaps, I meant to look this up, but he's probably got one of the best, if not the best, winning percentage as a Phillies manager in Phillies history. So it's really kind of hard to argue with what he has done. Now,
it is number one, by the way, 575.
Yes. So it's hard to argue with what he's done during the regular season. Now, they didn't make it in the playoffs. I think that maybe you start with the manager and you say, all right, is he the problem? I think they quickly determined no. In fact, they gave him that extra year so he's not going into next season as a lame duck manager. I think that's really important. But, Mike, the coaching staff was not extended through 2026, right? So they're all back next year, but maybe there's some gray area there for later. But, I think overwhelmingly they think that this failure this year was on the players and not on the manager or coaching staff. And I think you're going to see them retool this team a little bit to perhaps put them in a better situation where they can be successful.
All right, so I don't have a problem with what you just said. They're saying the message is this is on the players, not the manager, and I would agree. Here's the problem. Dombrowski made it seem like, well, we're good enough. It's not like we're not good enough. He didn't say we have a missing piece. He said we just weren't good enough when we needed to be. And it didn't sound throughout his press conference today that there was any opportunity to improve this team.
Well, he did seem to own the Austin Hayes move not working out. Now,
I don't know about that. He seemed like he made a lot of excuses of, well, he was hurt. We really thought he was going to be a difference maker for us.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He owned it. He said, I thought he was going to be better than he was. Now, he did have that kidney infection, so I don't know how much you can blame Austin Hayes for that. But really, that was the extent of his offensive moves in that outfield. So I think he did seem to suggest that, they got that one wrong. But beyond that, I mean, it's this offense is supposed to win. You have superstar after superstar after superstar. When you added Trey Turner last year, you're supposed to be able to go for the kill. And unfortunately, that hasn't happened. The Phillies have actually lost a series sooner each of the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, listen, I agree. I think they thought that Hayes was going to be a difference maker. He ends up getting hurt, doesn't work out. But it didn't sound like, you know what, we need to move on from that and upgrade that whole situation. He said today, well, the infield's intact, and we like Castellanos, we like Marsh. They're going to send Rojas down to Clearwater for the winter. Didn't sound like there was a whole heck of a – now, listen, it could be lip service. I get it. But did you get the feeling that there's a big change somewhere in there? And that's why I don't want to say I'm surprised. I didn't think the manager was going to get fired. I thought maybe Thomson would have said, you know what? I will step aside because you can't change the roster. You got to change something. What's the message of bringing the same roster and the manager and the staff all back? You're going down the Sixers lane, and I'm going to tell you right now, that's not a good lane to go down.
I agree with you, Mike. I don't think they will. I mean, at this point in the offseason, free agency hasn't even begun. You haven't talked to other teams yet about potential trades. I think at this point, you have to basically pay lip service, as you said, to each of their players that they have. I don't think he's going to say, yeah, maybe we'll move on from Kyle Schwarber or something earth-shattering like that. But the way that they sort of talked around them, I can see some things have the potential to change. You mentioned perhaps a lineup change, including Kyle Schwarber, maybe not leading off. I mean, I think that was the biggest thing here. So it seems to acknowledge that they do have to change this mix a little bit. Now, he can't just be – he's not going to speak ill of his own players at this point in the offseason. So he's got to say that he likes everyone. Even when asked about free agents to be, every single one, he said he liked them. So I think that that's just what a general manager or president of baseball operations has to do at this point. But I get the impression, though, that there's some work to take place this offseason.
Yeah, he even talked about Taijuan Walker possibly being in the plans. He was asked what you're going to do there as well. A couple questions in the mailbag. We'll go back and forth here. Frank Close, 97.3 ESPN.com. Well, of course, the postmortem mailbag question from Eric was, what changes would Frank Close make to the Phillies lineup in 2025? Because we played the audio that was hinted at that Kyle Schwarber. I said this last year. If you're going to run it back again, like you did last year, if you're going to run back the same roster, you might have to shake up the lineup a little bit. You can't give me the same roster and the same lineup. That's what they did last year. What about next year?
Yeah, to me, I think the biggest absence was a left-handed bat in the middle of the lineup. You had Kyle Schwarber leading off. You had Bryce Harper batting third. And then what after that? I mean, your lefties were Brandon Marsh, who had a hot start and then sort of faded away, and Bryson Stott, who never really seemed to develop into that contact hitter that a lot of us thought he would be. You know, a lot of us thought him being a left-handed Alec Boehm, looking at Alec Boehm's first half of the season this year. And so you got past Harper, and there was just really no left-handed threat, and that led them the last couple of weeks to be putting Cody Clemens in left field. I think they need a left-handed bat in the middle of that lineup. Now, the reason they talked about Schwarber some, I think, might be to that end, because if your two lefties are done after the third hitter in the lineup, that's not really helpful when you're facing a tough righty. So that could be part of the bigger picture solution, moving Schwarber to be more in the middle of the lineup and use some of that power to drive in some runs. But even Rob Thomson said, hey, look, when Kyle Schwarber's leading off, the Phillies win. And that's historically been the case. You know, I argued on this show many, and the end of the day, if they're winning with Schwarber in the leadoff spot, it might be hard for them to get away from that.
Yeah, I'm not one of those people that say, like, hey, you got to move him. They've won a lot. But I am one of these people that say, you got to change something. You can't say we're going back with the same roster and we're going to pencil in the same lineup card. Can't do it. Not if you're bringing back everything the same. Something has to change because it's not getting done. You're progressively losing around earlier and earlier and earlier. So you can't come back with the same manager, the same hitting coach, same pitching coach, and then Schwarber, Turner, Harper, Castellanos, Boehm. You can't do that. I mean, it's not going to work. The fan base would revolt, I think.
Yeah, I agree. And let's be honest, center field and left field never really fleshed out into anything steady. So they clearly have some decisions to make, whether it's some combination of the players they have at one of the positions and bringing somebody else in. Maybe the left field spot is where they can get that left-handed bat. I don't, it's still early to see who's out there. I don't see them spending a lot of money in free agency, but there'll be opportunities to make trades. I think left-handed bat who can play the outfield probably is going to be high on his shopping list.
A lot of people are going to ask this question, but Seth gets his name read on the radio today. Do the Phillies have a shot at Juan Soto? That would be an outfielder.
Yeah, it sounds like exactly the player I just described that the Phillies would certainly benefit from having in the lineup. I just can't see the Phillies adding another superstar with a super salary to this mix. It just at some point you have to stop just loading up on the high dollar items. Now, last time the Phillies did it, it was Trey Turner, and they had essentially Gene Segura coming off the books, Didi Gregorius coming off the books, and they essentially matched his salary when they made that change. There's no real big money coming off the Phillies this year, which makes me think that they would be hesitant. I know John Middleton's a big spender, but I mean, with the $250 million payroll, you got to be able to figure this out. And so I tend to think that the Phillies won't be shopping in that Juan Soto category. I think when you have players like him, especially represented by Scott Boras, I mean, remember it was March before Bryce Harper signed. I think the Phillies would like to get that settled. And if to get it actually settled, I think you need to do something earlier in the offseason. I just can't see it being a really good fit. Yeah, he's got the relationship with Harper. Yeah, he's got the relationship with Kevin Long. But unless they do something dramatic like trade Kyle Schwarber, with people like that, maybe not. I mean, maybe if they're getting Juan Soto, it could be part of a solution. I don't know. I just don't see them going that big, especially when they have many long-term contracts, and Soto's going to eclipse certainly the ones that Harper and Turner have gotten from the Phillies in recent years.
Frank Close, 97.3 ESPN.com. I'll let you answer this question because I got a text earlier about it, and I want to see what you have to say. Do you think the Angels would give Mike Trout away for free if a team took his contract, and would the Phillies be interested?
Yeah, I think anybody that was willing to just take him off their hands, they'd be happy to get rid of that contract. I mean, you're looking at 6 years at $38 million per to be taken off of their rolls. But here's the problem with that. If you're trying to trade with the Phillies, how are the Phillies going to fit a $38 million salary into this mix here, especially one that hasn't been able to stay healthy, who, of course, everybody loves and has a great history, but that's a lot of money for a big question mark for your left field spot, even though if all things were equal and he didn't make that kind of money, he might be a nice piece to have. And so usually the conversation goes, well, maybe the Angels can take money back. Well, what are you going to do? Dump Taijuan Walker on them? I mean, if the Angels are going to get rid of the money, I think they'll try to get rid of the money, but they might actually want some prospects back in return if they're going to eat some money. I don't think a team like the Phillies wants to give up prospects, especially for such a question mark. And then when you go back and forth for all this, it just really feels like the Angels are better off just keeping him and making him still the center face of their franchise. I mean, the Angels did not take the opportunity to trade Shohei Ohtani when they knew he was going to go to free agency. Probably should have traded him then and got some new pieces. They should have traded Mike Trout probably at the same time and gotten some pieces for him. The Angels have held on to him. So knowing Angels ownership, what it is, I can see them spending a ton of money to sign like a Pete Alonso and then quote unquote trying to win next year rather than trying to make a trade. So I think the time for them to make the good baseball move in Los Angeles there is over. I can see them just trying to spend their way out of this with a Pete Alonso or somebody of the sort. And I don't think it's going to go well for the Angels.
All right. A lot of happenings here. Was there anything that Dombrowski or Thomson said other than the Schwarber thing? I thought that was maybe the biggest, hint that stood out to you as, notable.
Well, JT Realmuto, they both kind of acknowledged that, yeah, he needs more rest this year.
He acknowledged that for everybody, though, too, right? I mean,
he did actually.
We might need to consider giving these guys more days off throughout the course of the year.
Yeah, I agree with that 100% that they do. And, I've been on
Great.
the JT
So we get to hear more of why isn't so-and-so in the lineup today after he had 3 hits yesterday?
Yeah, but they have to do something with Realmuto in particular, right? He had a lot of nagging injuries, towards the end of the season, for a few seasons in a row. He had the little knee issue in the middle of the season, and as you kind of heard today, that it bothered him more than just when they finally decided to give him an IL stint. And they really seem to keep coming back to the idea that they might need some catching help. I mean, Garrett Stubbs is beloved in the clubhouse, but would he be a suitable guy playing two times a week? I don't know. Rafael Marchand, as Dave Dombrowski even acknowledged, he really didn't answer the question for the Phillies this year because he keeps getting hurt. I mean, he came up for a while. Phillies really liked what they saw of him. He had some pop with his bat and he looked really good behind the plate, but then he got hurt again. So when later in the season they needed another catcher, they weren't able to call upon him. So that's when Aramis Garcia came up. So I think you might see them move towards getting a catcher who can play more. I mean, I personally really like what Atlanta did. They had Travis d'Arnaud and they also added Sean Murphy, and both of them get turns taking at bats in that lineup. And they kind of have 2 very productive hitters behind the plate. I don't know if the Phillies can add somebody like that, but I think they're going to be having a real serious discussion about that this offseason. And as they said, though, they got to get JT Realmuto on board too, because hey, I don't want my player to ever want to have to sit at once a week. I like the player that wants to be in the lineup every day, but you got to look out for his better health, and then he could pay more dividends down the end because Realmuto with his bat, at least he didn't seem to have a whole heck of a lot left in it at the end of the year, and he was even batting 7th behind some other bats that in the past he would have easily hit in front of. So I think you got to keep him fresher, and they seem to acknowledge that.
Frank Close, the season's over. We'll see what happens as, of course, the Phillies have not a lot of wiggle room to make moves. They got everybody signed except for 3 guys, Estevez, Hoffman, and Turnbull. And, of course, we'll have plenty on the offseason here on the Sports Bash. And spring training 2025 will be here before we know it. February comes quick. And, Frank, you'll be back there. I'll be back there. And hopefully the Phillies have a little different look. Although if you listen to Dave Dombrowski today, it doesn't sound like it's going to be a lot different.
I beg to differ, but we'll see. I'm looking forward to that white sand on the Florida beach.
All right, buddy. We'll talk to you through the offseason.
Thank you, Mike.
The mailbag from Frank Close here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, brought to you today by Boardwalk Honda. Shop their lineup of new pre-owned and certified pre-owned Hondas online, boardwalkhonda.com. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. And don't forget, coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, it's football at 4 here on the Sports Bash.
It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey tonight on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Listen as Tim Saunders and Todd Fedor bring you all the exciting play-by-play action.
Shoots, he scores! Matvey Michkov puts the finishing touches on it.
It's Flyers Oil tonight. Coverage begins after playoff baseball on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia Flyers hockey. 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
If you no longer qualify for New Jersey Family Care, you may be eligible for low or no-cost health insurance through Get Covered New Jersey for yourself and your family. These quality, affordable health plans cover doctor visits, prescriptions, emergency services, and more. 9 out of 10 enrolling qualify for financial help, and many pay $10 a month or less. Learn more and find out if you're eligible today at getcovered.nj.gov.
This season, get premium tech that inspires joy from Dell Technologies. Bring projects to life with the XPS 16. It delivers supercharged processing for enhanced productivity and freedom to express yourself. Performance-class Dell PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors deliver a dedicated engine to help accelerate AI. Enjoy free shipping, Dell rewards, and expert support. When you get a Dell PC with AI, it gives back. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
Get your holidays started with the perfect tree in your perfect style from the Home Depot. Whether you want something that you can assemble in a few clicks, steal the show with over 2,000 color-changing bulbs, or a tree with lights that can be controlled by remote or foot pedal. The Home Depot has it all in our huge assortment of premium trees. Plus, get free delivery on over 2 million items this holiday from the Home Depot. Subject to availability. See homedepot.com/delivery for details.
With GM financing, the qualified buyers excludes Traverse and Corvette excludes prior sales.
Need a car, truck, or SUV? Great! Get to Bennett Chevy, where you're going to get Bennett's best offers ever. You know Bennett sells new Chevys at the true GM supplier employee price, right? Well, right now, Bennett Chevrolet says, how'd you like to buy your new Chevy and pay $500 below the GM supplier employee price? Yes, $500 less than our employees. Plus, you keep all the rebates. That's up to 15% off the sticker. And with available 0% financing, you'll have incredibly low payments. And if you've got an old car to trade, right now you'll get a minimum $10,000 towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. That's at least 10 grand for total junk. Imagine how much we'll pay for good trades. And wait till you experience Bennett's non-commissioned sales team. Paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend, so they'll make getting all these unbelievable deals even better. Together, let's drive Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius or two half geniuses and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow. All day freshness.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screams. Go to the Gallery. Go to the Fanatic Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And it just keeps getting better.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
This week's edition of Who's Hot and Who's Cold brought to you by Ace Hardware Home Service Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. The helpful team is now making house calls in South Jersey. Visit Ace Hardware Homeservices.com to book today. Who's hot? Who's cold? Who's heading to the playoffs and who's not? You ready, Josh? Here we go.
Let's do this.
In the East, it's the Bills.
After last night, absolutely.
In the North, it's Baltimore.
Man, we weren't sure about that after week one. Now
in the South, it is Houston.
Obviously.
In the West, it's Kansas City. The wild card is tough. The AFC is really tough. I got Pittsburgh. They're going to go to Russell Wilson, though, it looks like.
Well, the thing is, Tomlin won't announce the starter.
I got to go Jets after the trade today. They got Devontae Adams. I like that trade. I mean, the AFC is so flimsy. And the last team I'm going with, I don't know what to do here. If Flacco's the quarterback, I think the Colts make it. If Richardson's there, they got the chance for the first overall pick.
You have no win there.
I'm going to go, and I don't think they're going to keep Flacco in there, but I'm going to go Colts right now. Eagles in the East.
There.
It's flimsy, though. I got a lot of problems. Detroit in the North, slightly over Minnesota. I like Detroit. They look really good. I do. Not yet. Not for to win the division. Tampa in the South. That was tough. San Francisco in the West. Wild card. Washington, Minnesota, Green Bay.
No Atlanta.
Nope. Atlanta and Tampa's going to go back and forth all season. I had Atlanta before the season started. They got a little bit of a tough schedule coming up there. That's who's cold this week. They're the hot team. Who's the cold team? Well, they're brought to you by Ace Hardware, Home Services, Cooling, and Plumbing. Helpful teams now making house calls in South Jersey. Visit hardwarehomeservices.com to book today. I'm booking those teams in the playoffs. They're the hot ones. The cold ones are out. It's really hard to go, man. It's crazy. The NFL is upside down, inside out. When we come back, though, the Eagles getting ready for the Giants. By the way, the Eagles have announced their game against the Cincinnati Bengals has been moved from a 4:25 start to a 1 o'clock game. We'll have more details coming up. The injuries on the Birds and how they'll affect this game this week against the G-Men.
This is South Jersey's official home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles continue the 2024 season this Sunday in New Jersey against the NFC East rival Giants.
He's going to go! Touchdown! Saquon Barkley!
Listen to all the action with Harold Reed and Mike Quick with pregame coverage starting at noon and kickoff at 1 p.m. This is the play-by-play home of the Philadelphia Eagles, 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
97.3 ESPN is teamed up with Seize the Deal for incredible weekly offers from some fantastic local restaurants. Here's this week's big deal.
Get a $50 gift card for use at the Ravioli House in Wildwood for just $25.
Get this great deal starting Friday at 9 a.m. at seizethedeal.com. Hurry, chances are this deal will sell quickly. For more info on this great deal, go to seizethedeal.com.
Scaled the sheer cliff face, battling frostbite, running low on oxygen. The wind pierced your skin, and every inch was agony. You reached heights no other human had before, while getting nowhere at airport security. There's more to imagine. Discover best-selling action titles on Audible.
Tune in to Bet365 Play of the Day during the Sports Fest with Mike Gill every weekday afternoon at 5:45 on 97.3 ESPN. Made possible by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
You know the any size soft drink. Yeah, any size, anytime. Like a $1 Coke, $1 Sprite, even $1 strawberry Fanta. Okay, could we maybe switch up the sound effect? Please, I'm losing it. Oh no, not that. Any size soft drink for just $1, gotta be 90.
Imagine your team always looking and feeling their best in high-performance technical workwear. Cintas can make it happen. They have garments for almost every job imaginable. And with the Cintas Workwear program, you get freshly laundered garments delivered for everyone on your team. Great garments without the bother of laundry. That's work for employees. Find out how Cintas can boost team image and morale. Visit Cintas.com.
Well, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey, it's Mike Gill. My friend Rocco over at Key Acura of Atlantic City is excited to welcome Steve Bongiovanni to his sales team. Steve has been selling cars in the area for many years and would like to invite all his previous clients and new ones to stop in and see him. And now, through October 31st, he can get you into a new 2025 Acura Integra for just $379 a month with $49.95 down. Visit him at Key Acura of Atlantic City, Tilton Road and EHT. Online, KeyAcuraofAtlanticCity.com. See dealer for details.
Home of the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, 97.3 ESPN.
Ooh, that's good.
WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. 97.3 ESPN presents the Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4 with Adam Kaplan, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast.
I give my heart and soul to this franchise, as so many of us do.
Now live. This is Football at 4.
And Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary. At Bet365, Adam Kaplan from the Inside the Birds podcast is here, which you can get on all podcasting platforms. Just search Inside the Birds for their YouTube content, their Patreon stuff, and the like. And Adam Kaplan's here as the Eagles get ready for the Giants, an interesting game. Giants, really good defensive team. Offensively, they struggle. They should get some weapons back. The Eagles have their own issues, Adam Kaplan, and we'll get into that. The injury updates, how it might affect this game moving forward. What's going on, buddy?
Good to talk to you. Yeah, look, we should mention, Mike, that the Eagles game next week, I did not see this happening, certainly before the season started, but the Bears-Commanders now will be the 4:25 window, and the Eagles will move to 1 p.m. Eastern. Didn't see it. Look, here's the thing, though. No matter what happens this week, the Bengals will have a losing record when the Eagles play them. The Eagles could be 500 when they play them. So you kind of understand that. But the Commanders, Bears, yeah.
Well, you got the two top picks in the draft.
Yeah, exactly. It's obviously it's big. 1 and 2, no question about it. That's a big reason why. But it would not have happened unless those teams were good. And both teams are guaranteed to be over 500 when they play. So, yeah, this season is crazy, Mike. We had the two big trades today at receiver. From what I understand around the league, there's probably going to be a couple more when we get to the trade deadline at November 5th. So, yeah, lots happening around the NFL.
All right, the Eagles had a couple injuries. Let's kind of dive into how they might affect this team against the Giants. Because this Giant team, to me, they play really good defense. They got some pass rush here. You're missing – let's start with Dallas Goedert potentially in this game. Goddard left the first series. He did not return. Yep. How does that position shake out? Because that's one of those positions where you're like, without Goddard, what do you got?
Yeah, Glenn Calcaterra is one of his best games as an Eagle. I know he doesn't block very well. It's a problem. There's no question. It just so happened, it's not that they knew that Goddard would get hurt, but C.J. Uzomah was re-signed to the practice squad, who didn't even make it till like the final day of releases, Mike, when they cut down to 53. He was cut before that. It's actually cut before the final preseason game. That is bizarre. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of surprised that they brought him back because he did not have a training camp. Andrew DeCecco and I were talking about that when we did our cut down to 53. So, right now, there's a very good chance he'll be up for the game, which means he'll be on the 53-man roster. He has 3 elevations. Goddard, he left after 3 plays, did not return. That's never a good sign. I'd be very surprised if he play this week, but we don't know yet what his status is going to be. Mailata's got a hamstring strain that he played 49 snaps, left in the fourth quarter. Fred Johnson, boy, he's been a good story, Mike. Now, here's the thing about when you know this from watching sports most of your life. When a bench player could come when a bench player comes in off the bench, sometimes they could play very well, but when they're asked to start an entire game, completely different. That does concern me, but I believe it's going to be Fred Johnson. And this is what they've developed, Mike, who's sort of a veteran who could play right or left tackle. He'll play left tackle in this way. And around the team with Darius Slay, the way we guys consider him questionable to play this week at the Giants. We'll know more later this week. Isaiah Rodgers replaced him. Keely Ringo, for all the people who are like Ringo stands, so to speak, he only saw 6 snaps. Rodgers is a better football player. He's faster. He's just not as long as Ringo, but he's a much better athlete as Rodgers. He's a smaller guy, though, Mike, but the Giant receivers are not big. But let me tell you, we'll talk more about this Friday, Mike. All of them can run. Jalen Hyatt, maybe their fastest receiver, was their number 3 last week with Neighbors out. Neighbors has not gotten cleared yet. He's getting closer. Again, we'll know more on Friday, but These guys could run. I get it. They only scored 7 points, but they also had one play called back to Darius Slayton.
He did get asked about moving Becton as a longer term if Mailata was out. Do you think that's a possibility and put Steen at guard, or is it Fred Johnson?
I would think it'd be Fred Johnson because that's the way they worked in training camp. And we know that Jeff Stalin does not like to. He has done it before, but he doesn't like to make two moves. He likes to make one. Not out of the question. That'll be Becton. But the one thing, Greg Cosell is going to be with us tonight for our Patreon members, patreon.com/InsideTheBirds. If you want to join, our members run it tonight with Greg. We get him for 30 minutes, and they run it. They ask the questions and he answers, and they go back and forth. Greg did say that Tyler Steen tape when he came in against New Orleans was phenomenal. Mike, phenomenal. We should let you know that. He's number 56. I know he was coming in off the bench, but that's good. We finally heard some good stuff about Tyler Steen.
Yes, he played right guard for a little bit in the game earlier this year. Darius Slay, as you mentioned, Isaiah Rodgers got those snaps there, and we'll see what happens in that secondary. So a couple injuries there with 3 key guys, Goddard, Mailata, Slay, that you touched on, Adam Kaplan. This NFC East, obviously, it's not what we thought. You know, everybody, Eagles, Cowboys, and right now you might feel worse about those 2 teams than the other 2 teams. You might feel better about the Giants than you do the Cowboys at this moment. I know Dallas did beat New York, but the Commanders, they're sitting atop. Is it time to take them for real?
You have to because of the quarterback. This is a guy, Jaden Daniels, I was very high on for the draft. Really good processor. That's played out. They're not a lot of talent. I thought they got handled pretty well last week. They made it close, though. They came close to actually putting the game into overtime. But their defense doesn't have a lot of playmakers, not very good on the back end. They didn't tackle well either last week. Now, if you look at their next 4 games, right, we're talking about the Commanders here. They host Carolina, who should easily beat. Then they play that game next week. They'll host the Bears. That's a 4:00 window game, 4:25. Then at the Giants, who you said are competitive, I agree. Then they host the Steelers. I keep telling people, the Commanders, let's see what happens when the schedule gets better. They're obviously going to go to 5-2 this week, barring anything unforeseen. But let's cool our jets a little bit. Let's get through the schedule first before we start crowning them champion.
All right, let's go to Dallas. I mean, they obviously got their doors blown off this weekend. It looked like the Lions had fun in doing it. Jerry Jones, just in a radio interview today, sounded like he lost it. This just isn't a very good football team.
Mike, that interview, and I retweeted it from the Dallas writers and reporters, people are going out of their mind. They're getting after Jerry Jones. There's no question about it. When you look at Dallas, this is an unbelievably damning stat, which I put this on Twitter on Sunday night, and people went out of their minds. Mike, over their last 4 games at home, right, which they're 0-4, they've given up 167 points, Mike, over 41 points per game, nearly 42. That, and I've been to that stadium, which I think is too big. That's embarrassingly bad, Mike. That's just about as bad as it gets. So you got to see what happens here, Mike. It's beyond me, to be honest with you.
Well, what's more chaotic? What's going on in Dallas, or what's happening right now with Sirianni and in Philly?
Yeah, let me just address it. We're more about information and football information rather than talk radio stuff. But look, Nick's got to understand you can't be the story. I could tell you inside Novacare, nobody cares in terms of it's all about football. It's all talk radio stuff, but the problem is you're going to keep the play. It's just a needless distraction. When I talk about that, it means players are going to be asked about it. Yes, I know they back Nick. He's going to be asked about it repeatedly. I get it's after the game. It's just, I don't care what the fan said. Just ignore it. Walk off the field.
Yeah.
And if he said something during the game, that's even worse. I saw that there's the Reddit thing. I don't know what to believe, but my point is stick to football, man. That's his job. He's just, and remember the thing in Kansas City when he was walking when he was a couple years ago, when the Eagles beat them. And he said what he said. You can't do that. That's conduct unbecoming a head coach. And I don't pay attention to what's on ESPN and the talk shows. It means absolutely nothing. I pay attention to what people in the league think. Coaches I really respect saw the Kansas City thing and called him a clown. A couple guys that I'm pretty close to thought that was ridiculous. Like, what head coach does that? Like, you can't do that stuff, man. It's now tomorrow, Mike. When they get to practice, nobody will care. It's a total non-story. But when you're not playing football for the first 40 hours, when you don't practice till Wednesday, people care. But you just don't be the story, man. That's my point. Again, you know me pretty well. I've been on your show for probably going on a decade. I usually don't give a crap about that stuff. I usually ignore it when I'm asked about it. But when I think it could, potentially because of Jeffrey Lurie, I know how Jeffrey thinks, and he wants people to be treated with respect, and he wants his head coach to be on point. This is not something Jeffrey would be happy with. I'm sure that's the case.
All right, well done, Adam Kaplan. Let's look at the Giants, who the Eagles will play this week. Just give us a synopsis on where this team is. I mean, defensively, they're pretty good. Offensively, not great. How much is that injury related or just not great?
Yeah, let's take a look at their defense very quickly here. Understand now that game at Seattle was ridiculously wild. I didn't see that. I picked Seattle in that game. I'm not going to lie to you. They faced the Browns. They got after Watson. Everyone does. They got after Jaden Daniels a little bit. They were competitive. They hung in there against Cincinnati. Some bad penalties. The Slayton 50-yarder got called back. They've got a lot of speed defensively. Azeez Ojulari, who's filling for Thibodeau. Thibodeau's on IR with a wrist injury. Had 2 sacks last week. You're right. Now the scheme is different from Wink Martindale's. They don't blitz really. They're a low blitz number generally, which under Shane Waldron. They'll rush 4 or 5 and play coverage, and the secondary is not very talented. In fact, they're not very good at corner. I'm a little surprised that Burrow did not have a better game. I'm stunned, to be honest with you, that he didn't do better. But yeah, they're more competitive, and they had a nice draft. They're definitely more competitive. Daniel Jones is also playing a lot better.
And then you have, obviously, what's happening here with Philadelphia. Their next 4 games are going to be key. They have the Giants. They have Cincinnati, Jacksonville, Dallas. 4 teams on paper that look like they're struggling. Cincinnati's dangerous. The Giants play good defense. Jacksonville's going to be basically, a team that's out of it by that point. So these next 4 games, very telling.
Yeah, and we'll go over Dallas in a second after we do the Eagles here. Yeah, so 2 road games. It's funny. Up till last year, the Eagles were the best road team in the NFL under Sirianni. They were phenomenal. It's really odd that a young head coach would have his team playing that well on the road. Last year, obviously, they collapsed everywhere. It wasn't just on the road. It was at home. Yeah, and then the host, Doug Peterson, if he's still the head coach, and then they'll play at Dallas, where I know the Eagles have been terrible at Dallas lately, but they got to feel good that Dallas is awful at home. They're not even competitive. It's hard to believe. And then Dallas, by the way, their schedule, they're at the Niners. I can't see that happening. Can't see them winning. Then they have a bye. Then they're at Atlanta, who's improved. Then they host the Eagles. Then they host the Texans. Mike, they're in trouble. Their 2 best pass rushers are out. In fact, their top 3 pass rushers are out. They got problems, Mike. And I cannot believe how bad Dak Prescott in the offense was last week. What an absolute embarrassment.
Well, I tell you, and real quick on them, I mean, you have no fear in their run game, and they just don't have anybody else to throw the ball to. I mean, it makes it pretty difficult.
Yeah, and what is Jerry Jones? Look, I get it. People around the league love Jerry Jones because he's the general manager and owner, so he makes all personnel decisions with help. And to think that Rico Dowdle is an NFL starting running back, what planet is he on? Ezekiel Elliott is so bad, Mike. Look, last year he did a nice job. The yards per carry, not good, but some of that's attributed to short yards. He could also pass protect a little bit. But Mike, he's near the end of his career. And how Dalvin Cook is on their practice squad. He can't. Is he that bad? They can't put him on the active roster? Jeez.
Yeah. Well, he couldn't play with the Jets last year. Then he went to was he with Baltimore in the playoffs?
Yep. I mean, look, how the unmighty have fallen, right? At one point, he was an absolute star. Too many injuries, and look, he turns 30 in August. He's near the end of his career. His brother James is really good for the Bills, but
happens fast, man.
It's a train wreck, man. You're exactly right. That running back position, man, it goes like that.
Real quick, thoughts on Adams to the Jets and Cooper to the Bills?
Yeah, let's go to the Bills first. They've been looking for receiver help, and I'm telling you, they're probably going to be, Mike, there might be 2 or 3 receiver trades by the trade deadline of November 5th. Washington potentially looking for receivers. The Chiefs, I know, are. A couple other teams are looking at it. Yeah, look, Buffalo had to do something receiver. They're getting nothing out of Curtis Samuel. They're paying him too much money. The rookie Keon Coleman's not doing much. They got to get more. They got to get Josh Allen help. And the Jets been on this Devontae Adams trade for a year. They finally get him. Garrett Wilson on the other side. Now Allen has always been been a great story, but he doesn't command the ball. And look, their defense is good, but not great. It's not playing at the level it was last year. Lost Jermaine Johnson, their best pass rusher for the season, due to torn Achilles a couple weeks ago, so that's a problem. But they're going for it, and Joe Douglas is trying to save his job, so I get it. And the Raiders are in a rebuild, and that's why they moved him. They've been trying to move him. That I thought all the reporting last week was comical. Everyone I talked to around the league told me that they just haven't gotten what they want. When they do, they're going to trade him.
Absolutely, yeah. And by the way, last night, hey, we need a second-round pick. They didn't want to do it. Then finally, it was like, you know what? Now, after watching that game, we'll do it. And the Jets get the deal done. Couple trades today, Eagles and Giants. We'll preview it more on Friday with Adam Kaplan from the Inside the Birds podcast. All right, Adam.
Thank you.
There's Adam Kaplan, of course, InsideTheBirds.com, the Inside the Birds podcast, which you can get on all podcasting platforms. Just search Inside the Birds. And, of course, that is brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. All right, we'll keep it here. As we talked about in the NFC East, the one thing I harped on all offseason was the Commanders. And that if that kid can play quarterback, I didn't know that he's going to be this good, but I said if he could be this year's version of C.J. Stroud, the Commanders could be the team that goes from worst to first. How many times do we see that in the NFL? You get a team now. I wasn't sure whether or not that Jaden Daniels was going to come in and be this. I mean, he's MVP level good right now. But if he could have the impact that Stroud had, you're always looking for that team. Who can go worst to first? And so many times you're just like, Commanders won 4 games last year. They got 4 right now. Dallas won 12. They ain't winning 12. Heck, they got a better shot of winning 4. I mean, Dallas right now has a better shot of ending up with 4 wins, and they already have. How many do they have right now? Dallas is 3-3. So I wouldn't be surprised. Now they got, let's see, Dallas has the Niners. They ain't winning that game. They're not winning at the Falcons. The Eagles game's in Philly. The Texans, they're probably losing that. At Washington, the Giants at home, Cincy at home, at Carolina, Tampa at home, the Eagles and the Commanders. I mean, I see like 4 games that I feel like Dallas will be that they would be the favorite in.
Well, keep in mind, Dallas can't win at home. They're the worst home team in the NFL
this year.
So
they had a pretty good home streak going there.
They did, and then the Packers basically killed all the mojo in the building.
Well, they were awful last week at home. I mean, they got absolutely embarrassed, destroyed. They're just not good. They can't run the ball a lick. They have no options.
They lost 44-19 to the Saints at home. That was weeks ago.
They're not good. Their offense, they have no running game, and they have no options in the pass game other than Lamb. It's hard to win like that. And one of their other problems is they can't stop the run.
Nope.
And their pass defense is atrocious. So that all adds up to a pretty bad football team.
And it makes you look back on when they lost that game in the postseason. And then you almost look back, you're like, wow, Dan Quinn got out at the right time. He got out before the wall started falling down around Mike McCarthy.
Well, they do have some injuries on their defense. I mean, that's
well, now they do, but they didn't have it against the Saints in week 2. They still had Lawrence and Parsons out there for that game.
They did. And look, I think one of the problems with this team right now is offensively, they just have nothing. That doesn't help your defense. Now, their defense didn't play well, but it's hard to play when you know your offense just can't do it. They can't run the ball. They can't keep the ball on the ground, keeping the clock. They can't shorten games up. They have no threat of a running game at all. I mean, that running game is so bad.
It's a nothing burger. Like, I forget who it was the other day, but they made a joke. They were like, if you're telling me that Rico Dowdle is your best running back, then you don't have a running back.
No, I mean, obviously, that's part of the reason why they don't have a good running attack. They don't have a guy that scares you. They don't, I mean, what's his name? Zeke Elliott, he's been shot for 3 years now. I mean, we were talking about when they had Pollard that you're taking carries away from Pollard to give them to a guy who's shot. And, you brought him back. I get it. He's not a big part of their offense, but the problem is he's not a big part of their offense, and Rico Dowdle is. They're just not a good football team. I mean, you come to terms about 6 weeks into a season, and you start to say, that team's just not good. I heard Greeny say this morning something that was, I kind of agree with. Like, can that team sneak in at 9-8 and make the playoffs? Maybe. But in the NFC right now, I don't see that happening. I don't see them winning 9 games. They have to win 6 more games with that schedule that I just gave you, which means they are going to have to upset a bunch of teams. It's not happening.
But
Sorry.
even if they sneak in, it doesn't mean anything.
No,
because
that's
you're
his
probably
point
gonna
is
get
that they
smashed.
sneak in. That's what they would do. They would sneak in, but they're not winning a Super Bowl with this roster. It's just not happening. So, yeah, they might sneak in as a wild card team, but they're not making the Super Bowl with this roster. Now you get to a point where and listen, Philadelphia's in a similar boat right now. I think you feel better about Philadelphia. Why? They've got CD Lamb and nothing else. Philadelphia at least has, okay, I got Brown, I got Smith, and Smith is a young player. Brown's a young player. You got Barkley. Your offensive line's pretty good. Where is the hard part with the Eagles is why and where are they talent deficient? Okay, on the defensive side of the ball, they don't have a lot of pass rush. Their linebackers aren't very good. You kind of like their secondary, but you're like, because Slay, I kept bringing up the thing about Slay. Is he going to get old right before your very eyes? The rookies have played pretty well. I like what they've done with Cooper DeJean. I think that will be a evolving, he will evolve in that role of how they're using him. I actually watched again a little bit. I thought Maro Ajomo played really well.
Yep.
Can he get more snaps somehow to give them, I don't know if he's going to give them more pass. Today, for instance, the Ravens, they signed Ngakoue. Is that something the Eagles should have looked into? Hey, let's take a flyer on a guy who can rush the passer. Maybe he can make Quinn. They tried to get him. It didn't work out. But I don't know what the deal was for Ngakoue, but how much money did they sign him for? Because the Eagles have just said, hey, let's just bring in a guy who has rushed the passer in the past. I don't know, but we'll see. Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. The live video streaming on the X platform, at Mike Gill Show on the X platform. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. By the way, did you guys see last night Paul George hyperextended knee? So this is the interesting part about this, right? The Paul George hyperextended knee thing. I wanted to bring this topic up real fast because I know Shams and yesterday Embiid basically said he'll probably never play a back-to-back game ever again.
Right.
Not ideal if you're the NBA to hear that. But here is the funny part, Paul George, right? The Philly fans, you need to play in the preseason. Paul George hyperextends his knee. Now he's hurt. The Philly fans, why is Paul George playing in the preseason?
Right. You can't win.
Right. You can't win here. So Paul George plays last night. He hyperextends his knees, and now he might not be ready for the opener. We'll see.
Yeah, the one thing I saw from Keith Pompey, he said that, Paul George wouldn't have practiced today, but he was visibly limping to and from his car.
Well, it didn't look good if you saw the video.
I mean, the video looked really bad. Off the video, so it's kind of, you don't want to overreact. But you see the video going around online, and you just you cringe because you're like, why is this? You have the reaction that you just said. The natural reaction is, why is this guy out there?
Well, basketball, these guys play in the preseason.
Right.
Generally, I mean, Embiid's not playing, but I think there's other reasons for that.
Right.
4:00 hour brought to you by Jersey Cow. Ice cream is a year-round thing at Jersey Cow in Northfield. Northfield and in Brigantine. I was right the first time.
You're right the first
It is
time.
in Northfield. It is open every day from noon to 10. Northfield, Brigantine. And, of course, they have the best ingredients all over South Jersey. Everything is homemade at Jersey Cow. Ice cream, a year-round thing. Don't forget Flyers hockey tonight after Yankees and Guardians game 2. We'll take you right to Edmonton for the hook drop of the Flyers and the Oilers. That's tonight on 97.3 ESPN. Coming up next, another edition of Nick's Nuggets on the Sports Pad.
Mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. on 97.3 ESPN. Having fun. About it.
Jersey Cow, a great place for the family to hang out and eat ice cream. At Jersey Cow, everything is homemade, small batch, right here in South Jersey with only the best ingredients. Enjoy Jersey Cow in Northfield and Brigantine with all the fall flavors, bringing back popular classics while introducing some future favorites as well. For the best ice cream with constantly rotating flavors, come taste the best homemade delicious ice cream made right at Jersey Cow. Visit every day from noon till 10 at both Northfield and Brigantine locations. Ice cream, a year-round thing at Jersey Cow.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? So you've got an oil change coming up. You can go farther and save on full synthetic with our oil change special. Right now, you can get 5 quarts of Valvoline Advanced Full Synthetic with an STP Extended Life oil filter for just $35.99. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
With fall savings at the Home Depot, you can get up to $1,600 off select appliances from top brands like GE Profile. Save space and time with the new combo washer and dryer and do it all in one machine. And with smart dispense technology, the right amount of detergent is automatically added to every wash. Laundry day is a whole lot smarter with the GE Profile Ultra Fast Combo with smart dispense only at the Home Depot. Right now, save up to $1,600 and financing on select appliances with fall savings at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Price about September 26th through October 16th. U.S. only. See store online for details.
With GM financing to qualified buyers excludes Traverse and Corvette excludes prior sales. Need a car, truck, or SUV? Great! Get to Bennett Chevy, where you're going to get Bennett's best offers ever. You know Bennett sells new Chevys at the true GM supplier employee price, right? Well, right now, Bennett Chevrolet says, how'd you like to buy your new Chevy and pay $500 below the GM supplier employee price? Yes, $500 less than our employees. Plus, you keep all the rebates. That's up to 15% off the sticker. And with available 0% financing, you'll have incredibly low payments. And if you've got an old car to trade, right now you'll get a minimum $10,000 towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. That's at least 10 grand for total junk. Imagine how much we'll pay for good trades. And wait till you experience Bennett's non-commissioned sales team. Paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. So they'll make getting all these unbelievable deals even better. Together, let's drive. Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
shut the front door.
Winning!
No, seriously, shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
An official message from Medicare.
Medicare plans change from one year to the next. And this year, it's important for you to review your current coverage and compare all your options during Medicare open enrollment. Compare health plans, drug coverage, and costs. See if you can save some money, and don't forget to make sure your drugs are covered. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Visit Medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Save thousands at Matt Blatt Kia. Get out of your old trade today, even if you owe thousands more than it's worth. Go to MattBlattKiaNJ.com for more details. That's MattBlattKiaNJ.com.
It's gotta be a
Matt Blatt Kia.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. The Eagles will be heading to MetLife Stadium to take on the Giants Sunday. Philadelphia coming off a win at home against Cleveland. They are now 3-2 on the season, while the Giants, who are averaging just 16 points per game, are 2-4. The Eagles have won 5 of the last 6 games in the divisional rivalry. Catch all the action starting at noon Sunday right here on 97.3 ESPN. The Flyers are in Edmonton tonight, taking on the Oilers and continuing their 4-game road trip to start the season. 97.3 ESPN has that game for you starting at 10 o'clock. Philadelphia lost on Saturday to Calgary 6-3 after starting the season with a shootout win over Vancouver. This trip will wrap up Thursday in Seattle. The Sixers defeated Atlanta 104-89 in preseason play Monday night. Tyrese Maxey and Kelly Oubre each scored 14 points. However, Paul George suffered a hyperextended knee. Regular season opener will be next Wednesday against Milwaukee. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. So what are you waiting for? Wow your way through NJ. Through Sculpture Gardens, Garden Gardens, and Loop-de-Loops. New Jersey, it's one wow after another after another. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. Tomorrow will probably be the coolest day of the week, but that does mean a big warm-up will carry us into next weekend. Mainly clear skies and chilly temperatures tonight. Could be some patchy frost inland areas. Low temperature around 40. Breezy and cool tomorrow, high 58. It'll be partly sunny and dry. Becoming mostly sunny on Thursday, high 61, 68 Friday. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
97.3 ESPN has teamed up with Seize the Deal for incredible weekly offers from some fantastic local restaurants. Here's this week's big deal.
Get a $50 gift card, good for use at the Ravioli House in Wildwood for just $25.
Get this great deal starting Friday at 9 a.m. at seizethedeal.com. Hurry, chances are this deal will sell quickly. For more info on this great deal, go to seizethedeal.com.
SeizeTheDeal.com.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
On 97.3 ESPN.
All right, Knicks Nuggets are in the house. Big Aaron Charles here with today's Nuggets. They're brought to you by the Fanatic Sportsbook at the Gallery Bar, booking games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. This hour of the show brought to you by Jersey Cal. Of course, ice cream's a year-round thing at Jersey Cal. One thought every game. Casey Joyner tonight at 5 o'clock. And, of course, we've got the Flyers and the Oilers tonight. You know, Oilers are 0-3. McDavid hasn't scored a goal. Not an ideal situation for the Fly guys tonight. You can listen to the game on 97.3 ESPN. The coverage begins after Game 2 of the American League Championship Series. But right now, it is time for another edition of Knicks Nuggets here on the Sports Pass Live on 97.3 ESPN. There he is, Knicks Nuggets. What's up, Earnshaw?
What's going on, Mike? A busy day in the sports world here in Philadelphia, that's for sure, and especially in the baseball world with the Phils. A lot to break down from that press conference today, Mike. They extend, so Rob Thomson, he's going to be sticking around. They extend him for the 2026 season.
Yeah, I mean, there was some talk from the fans and wondering whether he would come back or whether the staff would come back. Not only is he back, he gets the extension, so he's here this year and next year. You know, and I think a lot of that is more that they wanted him to come back this year. They didn't want him to be a lame duck manager, so they had to give him the extension there. But, yeah, I was a little surprised that they kind of slipped that in there today.
Yeah, I didn't expect an extension to come. I figured Rob Thomson would be back heading into next season. Didn't expect the extension. They didn't want to keep him lame duck. You're right about that. Have him for that extra year. I mean, you watch the movie Moneyball. Remember, he's in his last year of his contract, and that the manager was Art Howe. That was a pretty funny one. So I thought of that right away. Oh, we don't want him to go in his last year of a one-year deal. So they extend him through 2026, which was pretty funny. But I'm not going to lie, Mike, not a ton of urgency for me that I noticed from Dave Dombrowski heading into this offseason. They extend the manager. It was kind of like, happy-go-lucky. Maybe it's a little showmanship from Dave Dombrowski. But the one part of the press conference that stuck out to me, and it's nugget number one here today on the Nuggets, Mike, is when they talked about the trade deadline. And Dombrowski got into the trade deadline saying they were very happy with the trades that they made at the time. They were really, quote, major acquisitions at the deadline. I was ready to lose it, Mike, when he said that. There is no way that you could consider anything they did at the trade deadline this year major. Now, the Estevez, good trade. Is it a needle mover? Absolutely not. Major? No. That is the wrong word to describe this year's trade deadline. I was very, very, very disappointed in Dave Dombrowski's comments regarding the trade deadline this year. They could have went out and made a major move. They did not do that. That is not at all what happened. Revisionist history by the Phillies here today and Dombrowski. That was my number one takeaway. The trade deadline, the fact they considered it major, the moves they made, and talking about Tanner Banks. Are we serious? They could have went out and got a stud bat, and they did not do that. They got Austin Hayes. Austin Hayes was not a major improvement. I was very disappointed in that comment from Dombrowski today.
Well, to me, what else is he going to say? Hey, the guys that we got bombed. I don't think that was going to ever be the message, that he thought the guys that they picked up really didn't help them at all. Look, they went out and got Esteves, and he was, had an excellent year when they got him from Anaheim. When they got him, at the trade deadline, he was 30. What do you have? 20 saves, a 2.38 ERA. He had a scoreless inning streak. His WHIP was 0.7. It's hard to argue with saying, hey, we really got a guy that we thought was going to be impactful. I didn't think so. I told anybody would listen, this move wasn't going to be all that impactful. Okay, that was a solid move. Even though I didn't think it was going to work out, I still think it was a solid move. You had to do something. But the Hayes thing, his whole thing was, we thought it was going to be a big move, but he got hurt. So he's taken the way of, we made the right trade. Unfortunately, he got hurt. He even said, look, we played the Mets, left-handed pitching. This is a guy who profiles great in that series, but he wasn't the same player after the injuries. So he made it as the injuries were the problem, not that they got the trade wrong.
That's the problem right there. That is the problem right there. The fact that he thinks that was the right trade.
Yeah, but you're saying the fact that he thinks it's the right trade. He's saying that the guy didn't get hurt. He never got a chance to show you it was the right trade.
That's the problem. Austin Hayes was never going to be the guy that was a major acquisition and a major bat for the season. He was a 9-hole hitter. He's a 250 hitter, and he didn't do much on Baltimore. He didn't do much this year at all. He was on the bench most of the time. He's a platoon player. They could have got an impact bat. Those names were out there. The Rookers of the world, the Jazz Chisholms of the world. Those names were out. They didn't go out and do that.
Here's the problem.
That's not major.
Here's the problem. He said in the press conference today, they like Castellanos and they like Marsh. So they don't want to phase Marsh out. By getting an everyday player, they have to phase a guy out that they like. So they wanted to get a guy like Hayes that they thought profiled as maybe somebody who could have been that bat against left-handed pitching. The whole thing, to me, got bungled by, listen, I get it. Hayes got hurt. Oh, well, bummer.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I don't think he was an impactful player at all. They liked Marsh. I don't think Marsh can play a lick. I haven't liked Marsh, period. I don't think the guy can play. Everybody out there, why don't they play Marsh more? You got to play Marsh. Marsh stinks. He can't hit. He strikes out over 30% of the time. He doesn't have enough power to strike out. If you're hitting 35 homers, okay. He's 10 homers. He can't play. And if the Phillies are going into another year with Marsh getting a plethora of at-bats in that position, you got to do something here. You cannot bring this lineup back and the manager. There's the problem. Now, I like the fact that they're not blaming this series on the manager.
I agree with that.
We're not firing the manager for your failures. So I have no problem with that.
I'm with you there. I'm glad they're not blaming the manager. That's great. That's fantastic. But the premise of the deadline thing, that's where I totally disagree with Dombrowski. They could have done more, and they didn't do more. The Austin Hayes was not the answer, and they could have added another bet. That's that. But when it goes to the Marsh thing, it seems like, and now he's not going to show his hand during a press conference. Dombrowski's not going to do that. He's a savvy veteran executive. He's not going to tip, his pitch, to say the least here. And I think for Dombrowski, heading into this offseason, they're going to make moves. There's no way they can't run it back. He was asked about star players. He says they have plenty of star players, which I agree with, but they have to go out and get an impactful contact bat, a guy who can grind out at bats throughout the season. They also need guys like Stott, Bohm to step it up as well and give you better at bats in a more consistent season. I know Bohm got a little bit banged up, but guys like Bryson Stott, they need to step it up as well. So that's another takeaway from the press conference. Also, the Rojas thing. It just feels like Groundhog Day with Johan Rojas. They're going to send him to Clearwater. He's going to work on his hitting in the offseason again. Didn't they do this last year? I mean, he's not guaranteed the role of center field, but he had a decent spring training, okay? But they're just doing the same thing over again. Johan Rojas is not going to help this team right now get to the next step and get to a World Series. I'm sorry. It just hasn't worked out. He's a fantastic glove, but the bat is not there. They're just doing Groundhog Day again with him. And I think that they have to go out and make a move. And I think there should have been a little bit more urgency in Dombrowski's presser from his tone with where this team is at. They're a good team, but they're also an aging team as well.
I agree. The messaging with Rojas was the same. He's not guaranteed to be the starter. He's going to go down there all winter long, but there's not much else they can say right now. He's under contract, so it's not like they're just getting rid of him. It's just hey, we're going to hope that he hits more. I wouldn't be shocked if they somehow found another center fielder. I don't know if that's through free agency, trade, something. I would not be shocked if Rojas is not the starting center fielder. You know, that was the message last year. Hey, he's not guaranteed the starting job. He's got to go down to Clearwater, and we want him to shorten his swing, more contact. Yeah, that's the whole damn team, though. You heard Rob Thomson today. Well, we got to use all fields. We got to learn how to hit. The problem is these people are learning how to hit at the young ages. They don't know how to hit a lick. They're all swinging launch angle this and uppercutting that. Well, now the whole Major League Baseball is saying you screwed up all our hitters. None of them can hit.
Yeah, it's going to be like a whole generation, like the next 10 years until we go back to where it was and trying to hit the other way. Get a ground ball, move a guy over, something. We got to go back a little. We got to revert back a little bit here. I mean, the launch angle stuff's getting ridiculous. The entire Phillies roster is home run or bust at this point. You got to get some contact guys in there at some point. I mean, and you have to remember the Aiden Millers of the world, the Crawfords of the world, they are not ready yet. They're not going to be ready this year. It's not going to happen. If you're trying to win right now, you can't count on those young guys at the moment. They're for down the line. You're trying to win right now. You got to go out and make power moves in this offseason. And that's where the Phillies are at. They're just stuck. They're kind of stuck in limbo right now.
See, I hate that answer from – there was 2 answers or 3, maybe 4 that I hated from Dombrowski. But that answer there, I hate. Aiden Miller, he's not ready. You know what? Why? Why can't he be ready? Why don't you say, we hope he's ready? We hope he surprises the heck out of us.
I agree with
that.
I agree.
When I look around at Milwaukee, Chirios is younger than your guy. Why is he ready?
Bring him up.
What do you mean bring him up? He was up and he was hitting home runs in the playoffs. Why is he ready? And you're saying your guy has no shot to be ready. You've told that guy he has no shot before he even steps on the field in spring training. I hate that message. I would say, guess what? If that kid shows me in spring training that he belongs, we'd love to hope that he can help us. We would be surprised, but let him surprise us. You know, when the Mets needed a shortstop, when Lindor went down, who did they call? Acuna.
Yep. Acuna's brother. Ronald Acuna's brother. Yep. The younger Acuna. The Phillies also have an Acuna in their system, by the way.
Yeah, he's 14.
Yeah.
But they brought up Acuna, who's 22 years old. Mm-hmm. He's a year older than Aiden Miller, maybe a year and a half older than Aiden Miller is. But I hate the messaging being, these guys aren't ready. They can't help. Why not? Why can't they help you? Why is my 20-year-old not better than your 20-year-old? Why is there a 20-year-old playing for the Brewers and hitting home runs in the playoffs and hitting 25 to 30 home runs in the regular season? Why is he ready? And are you saying that your guy's just not on that level?
Yeah, I'm with you.
That answer, I hate it. The Trey Turner answer, bungled completely. Dave Dombrowski's a savvy guy. He has to go up there and say, he says he's our shortstop no matter what. No. Hey, listen, we got to be creative. And if we find a way that we can improve at that spot, Trey's got to be willing to help us out and maybe move to another position. If we think that the best way you brought it up before, how about playing Harper at first base? Did that hinder your lineup? Well, it's playing Trey Turner at shortstop hindering. If Trey Turner, hey, buddy, can you play left field? Because I think I can find another second baseman or shortstop. I can move Stott to short, a second baseman. I can find another shortstop. Are you willing to play left field to help this team? Not, hey, he's automatically the shortstop no matter what. If I'm bringing back the same team, I better find creative ways to improve it. And if that includes moving my shortstop to another position because that's the only position that I can find to improve this team, then I have to think about it. That answer today, unacceptable.
Yeah, I'm with you. And he went back and forth with the reporter who asked the question. He was like, hey, his defensive run saved? Down. Errors up. Like the metrics defensively have shown you that he has not been a great shortstop, and they continue to decline, and he kind of dodged it.
Moment. Yeah, I don't know what metrics you're using. I don't need a metric. I watched the guy. He stunk. I watched the guy. You could tell me he was a good shortstop all you want. He wasn't. And even if he was good wasn't good enough. His good was not good enough at that position for what you were demanding. You should be demanding more at that position if I'm Dave Dombrowski.
Yeah, I'm with you. And going back real quick to the prospect thing, I'm going based off the Phillies. Phillies won't bring him up this year. That won't happen. I'm going off with Dave Dombrowski. I am with you 100%. If I were in that position, I'd be like, yeah, why not? Let's see what the young guys have if they can help us right away. But they won't do that. They've done it. They did it with Rojas. They brought it up because they were so desperate. And it really hasn't worked out. So I can't see them rushing these guys. It just won't happen. That, like, if you look at it in reality, it just won't happen. I'm with you. I think you should give them a shot in spring training and see what you got. You spent a high draft pick on them. They've been in your system. I want to see that. And then the Trey thing. Yeah. Hey, I mean, the metric, everyone's looking at the same metrics. What advanced metrics do you have that we don't have? It's the same. There's no difference. The eye test tells us and the numbers tell us. Trey Turner was not a very good shortstop defensively. He hasn't been over the past couple of years since he signed with the Phillies. So the fact they're not even open to maybe moving him, maybe move him to second base, maybe try him in the outfield somewhere, because it's not working at shortstop. He has a good play every once in a blue moon. Fine. He has a little bit of range. Throw him back to second base. Bryson Stott was a fantastic defensive shortstop. Maybe make the switch. You got to do something. You can't just run it back with the same roster. I don't think they will. He's not going to tip his pitch like I mentioned. But, something. There's got to be more urgency. I needed more urgency out of today's press conference, and that did not happen from Dombrowski today.
No, it didn't. And I said, I hope it's just a lot of lip service. And,
yeah.
Guess what? Last year, they ended up last offseason, they didn't really do anything. They did nothing, and the press conference was very similar.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. We got to have another offseason of just kind of nothing. Maybe we re-sign a guy here or there. That's about it. It's going to be fascinating. The Phillies offseason, this is the first time I think people are really pressed with this Phillies team heading into the offseason. All right, nugget number 2. Let's move along to another sour topic in Philadelphia sports, because what isn't sour right now in Philadelphia sports? Paul George hyperextended his knee. I mean, here we go again. This was my worst nightmare of giving this guy a contract. He's already hurt. The season hasn't even started. Paul George is already hurt. He's a great player. He's a fantastic player. He's a little older now. He's already injured to start the year. This was the problem and the risk you took by signing Paul George. I like the moves they made in the offseason. Along with this is what made me nervous in the beginning to sign Paul George, because of the injury issues and the age. It's already started. They only said he's good. He might miss like a little bit of time. They're still doing some imaging on the knee. I mean, I guess he's not going to play in the opener. I mean, the messaging has kind of been wishy-washy so far since last night. They haven't given you much. Nick Nurse didn't really give you too much today. Said he's feeling good for the most part. Fine. But this makes me nervous. It makes me nervous. You have an 82-game season. You already have Joel Embiid not playing back-to-backs. Tyrese Maxey's workload is going to be massive this year if you have all these types of injuries, but he's already hurt. Here we go again, Mike Gill. Paul George already starting off with the injury bug.
Yep, and it's one of those things, hey, why you need to play preseason games, and then the guy gets hurt. Why is he playing preseason games? You can't win here. I mean, these guys, how do they get ready for a season in which you have to play to get ready, but you don't want to play them in a game that doesn't mean anything?
Now, I saw your tweet last night about the preseason games thing. Are we referring to when Eagles fans talk about playing in the preseason, or Sixers fans? I haven't heard the ton of the preseason talk as much with Sixers fans, but Eagles fans, yes. I feel like that's a little bit of a different conversation.
Just in general, right? I mean, you get the people that are like, well, why is he even playing in the preseason? Why is he getting hurt in a preseason game? Why are you playing him? Well, you got to play. I mean, this is what you do to get ready for a season. And then he ends up getting hurt in the game last night. So you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. I mean, if you're playing a sport, Johnny Mack says it all the time. You can't legislate when an injury is going to occur.
Right.
So do you value the playing time in preseason football or basketball or anything? Or do you just say, you know what, I'm not taking the chance with guys that I value too much?
See, I look at it a little bit differently between the sports, looking at basketball, looking at football. Football is a little bit different. I think we've seen it now over the past couple of years. Remember, there's less games in football, right? And, I think you need a little bit of a more ramp up period because you're only playing once a week in football. So I think getting those reps in the preseason do help. And I think the Eagles should have given some Hurts a couple of drives or something in the preseason to get them ready for the regular season, because we've seen the product deteriorate since the Sean McVay idea has really instituted itself throughout the National Football League. Basketball, you have 82 games. It's a long season. You can ramp up in the beginning of the season. Guys like Embiid, guys like Paul George, those are two guys I want in bubble wrap in the preseason that do not need to be on the floor. I'm sorry. I know you're trying to figure things out, but they have plenty of regular season to get ready. I think basketball and football are a little bit different in the sense of the preseason.
If I'm the football, I will never play one of my football guys ever.
I disagree. You got to play in the preseason.
Listen, the way the preseason is set up now, it does no benefit. You play a preseason game, and then you have 2 weeks off before the regular season starts. You're trying to convince me that playing a game 3 weeks before the first game is going to, for a series? How is that helping me out?
Just a quarter, a series, something just to get game reps in. I would rather have them do that than nothing, than absolutely nothing. You get no game action, don't get into game speed at all. It gives you a little bit. Basketball, you got 82 games. There's plenty of time, but we've called the first 4 weeks of the NFL regular season now the preseason, because it seems like everyone's just getting ready for the regular season.
Yeah. If there were no examples of teams not playing in the preseason and then winning Super Bowls, I would agree. The Eagles
did Mahomes play this year in the preseason?
Mahomes did, but when the Rams won a Super Bowl, they didn't play one guy in the preseason. The Eagles went to the Super Bowl. Okay, they didn't win the Super Bowl. They made
apples
it
to oranges. It's apples to oranges, Mike.
The Eagles made it to a Super Bowl. They didn't play at all in the preseason. So if they would have played a game in August 14th, they would have won that Super Bowl.
They might have. They got one more series for Jalen Hurts. They might have won.
That's today's Nuggets. Nick Earnshaw's back tomorrow at 4:30 on the Sports Bash. Thanks, man.
All right, Mike.
All right, he's back tomorrow. The Nuggets, of course, are brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. And this hour of the show, we want to thank our friends at Jersey Cow. Ice cream's a year-round thing at Jersey Cow. They're open every day from noon to 10. Coming up next hour, it's One Thought every game. Casey Joyner will get his thoughts on what he saw in the Eagles win. Can they build on something with that offense?
The playoffs continue on ESPN Radio.
Thomas at the wall. It's out of here. Juan Soto.
The New York Yankees win Game 1 at home. Can they make it 2 straight? Or will the Guardians bounce back? Game 2 of the Yankees and Guardians. Coverage begins today at 7 Eastern, with first pitch at 7:30 Eastern.
Playoff baseball on 97.3 ESPN.
Brought to you by Shore Physicians Group. Be well connected. Visit shorephysiciansgroup.com.
It's the time of year for killer deals. You've had your eye on some hot new wheels. We want to pay off your loan or lease and tell your old car to rust in peace.
Get your Matt Black Kia today. Buried in a loan or lease? Matt Black Kia wants to get you released and treat yourself to 0 down, 0 payments until next year. Even 0% up to 72 months on every clearly marked new Matt Black Kia in stock. You won't need a costume to get a brand new Matt Black Kia Forte LXS under 20 grand. That's right, a brand new Kia, just $19,999 with any trade. That's less than most used vehicles.
It's gotta be a Matt Black Kia.
Approved credit 24 EV9 and 6, $1388 per thousand. Not all will qualify. Credit may affect down payment. Offers can't be combined. Go to mattblackkia.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer except for licensing, registration, and taxes through KMF. Rebates and incentives to dealer. Expires 10/31/24. Matt Black Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and on Route 37 in Toms River.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius or two half geniuses and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? So you've got an oil change coming up. you can go farther and save on full synthetic with our oil change special. Right now, you can get 5 quarts of Valvoline Advanced Full Synthetic with an STP Extended Life oil filter for just $35.99. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code SUPPORT, or text SUPPORT to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code SUPPORT.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text SUPPORT to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Tax fees may apply.
Imagine your team always looking and feeling their best in high-performance technical workwear. Cintas can make it happen. They have garments for almost every job imaginable. And with the Cintas Workwear program, you get freshly laundered garments delivered every week for everyone on your team. Great garments without the bother of laundry. That's a real perk for employees. Find out how Cintas can boost team image and morale. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $200 in bonus bets when they bet $5. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bet. And see why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. Terms and conditions apply.
Ah, fall, crisp air, colorful leaves, and you're at the office. That's okay. Now you can make work delicious and rake in the deals, too, with delicious fall savings from EasyCater, the top site for ordering food for meetings from your team's favorite restaurants. Save up to $40 when you order from select restaurants exclusively on EasyCater.com. So get food for your team and save some green. Order now at EasyCater.com. Orders must be placed and received between October 7th and the 18th. Restrictions apply. See offer details.
Warning, the following ZipRecruiter radio spot you are about to hear is going to be filled with F-words.
When you're hiring, we at ZipRecruiter know you can feel frustrated, forlorn even, like your efforts are futile, and you can spend a fortune trying to find fabulous people, only to get flooded with candidates who are just fine. Fortunately, ZipRecruiter figured out how to fix all of that. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, you can forget your frustrations because we find the right people for your roles fast, which is our absolute favorite F word. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
Fantastic.
So, whether you need to hire 4, 40, or 400 people, get ready to meet first-rate talent. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Don't forget, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Finally, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
With GMF financing, the qualified buyers excludes Traverse and Corvette excludes prior sales.
Need a car, truck, or SUV? Great! Get to Bennett Chevy, where you're going to get Bennett's best offers ever. You know Bennett sells new Chevys at the true GM supplier employee price, right? Well, right now, Bennett Chevrolet says, how'd you like to buy your new Chevy and pay $500 below the GM supplier employee price? Yes, $500 less than our employees. Plus, you keep all the rebates. That's up to 15% off the sticker. And with available 0% financing, you'll have incredibly low payments. And if you've got an old car to trade, right now you'll get a minimum $10,000 towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. That's at least $10,000 for total junk. Imagine how much we'll pay for good trades. And wait till you experience Bennett's non-commissioned sales team. Paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. So they'll make getting all these unbelievable deals even better. Together, let's drive. Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
You go into your shower feeling, but as soon as you reach for the Irish Spring, your day immediately gets better. That crisp, fresh, unmistakable Irish Spring scent zings your brain and awakens your senses. So when you finally emerge from the shower, 37 minutes later, because you pay the water bill so you can stay in there as long as you want, you're ready to take on the day and smell great doing it. Irish Spring Body Wash and Bar Soap. Fresh, green, Irish. Shop now at Walmart.
The time for holiday hosting is upon us, so make your second bathroom second to none with HomeDepot.com's best savings of the season. Right now, enjoy up to 40% off select online bath. Find the latest on-trend styles of vanities, faucets, showers, tubs, toilets, and more, all at prices that will let your budget relax right along with you and your beautifully renovated bath. Get up to 40% off select online bath plus free delivery at the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see HomeDepot.com/delivery for details.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screams. Go to the Gallery. Go to the Fanatic Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
They got him again!
Sixers.
Bang! It's good! Ball game!
And Flyers.
Tipped in front of the net!
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort studio, here's Mike Gill.
5 o'clock, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, streaming live video on the X platform at Mike Gill Show, YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe and see Casey Joyner's One Thought Every Game in just a moment. It's brought to you by Cooper University Healthcare. They're doing something extraordinary for families down the shore at Cooper University Healthcare. This hour of the show, it's brought to you by Key Acura of Atlantic City for a great car buying experience. Go see Rocco at Key Acura of Atlantic City on Tilton Road in Egg Harbor Township. Your small but friendly dealer online, keyacura.com. Pressure. The Eagles won. Doesn't feel like it. Casey Joyner's here. What is he seeing from this Eagles offense that is, as Lane Johnson described, constipated? Kurt Warner had some thoughts on the Eagles offense. I want to share them with Casey Joyner and get his thoughts. One thought every game with the football scientist and the Athletic. Casey Joyner here on the Sports Bash. We hope you're doing all right down there, man, in Florida. Welcome back to the show.
Yeah, very good to be back. We didn't get too bad from the hurricane. We got some flooding at the bottom of the hill like we always do. My wife took her grandmother back to Tampa. That was the biggest one. Their grandma had been here since last Monday. So, but everything's okay at the house. The only thing she doesn't have TV. But all in all, compared to what a lot of people went through down here, we came out okay. So feeling pretty good about it.
Well, that's good to hear. It's good to have you back. We missed you last week to get ready for the Eagles and the Browns, and the Eagles win that game. But, man, Kurt Warner put out a tweet. I don't know if you saw this. He says, it's fascinating to me that through 3 different coordinators, the pass concepts run by the Eagles remain primarily the same. I would not expect that, especially this year with Kellen Moore. But maybe it's more about the quarterback than the coordinator in that respect. When you watch the Eagles and their pass concepts, is this a generic team with dynamic players? What are you seeing in this pass game?
I think it's a personnel-based system. I think it's a matter of that we think you've got Devontae Smith, you've got A.J. Brown, you've got receivers who you can pretty much beat anybody if you in certain coverage and stuff. You're not going to be beat matchup wise. You don't have to. This is like the old Andy Reid days where you had to play call people open. You've got people who could just get open, and I think if your quarterback has been comfortable and very highly successful in the passing game with the previous system, you want to be careful about how many changes you do make in the system things, especially when you're making a lot of changes to the ground game, which they have. So I think it's a matter of this is where they are after 6 weeks. I'd like to see if we're still saying that thing after 12 weeks, after 18 weeks, or after, say, a couple of seasons in this system, because it's really hard to judge things based on this short a span of time. But again, do what your players are comfortable with. Don't try and ask them to do things that they're not comfortable with.
So is this what Jalen Hurts is comfortable with? Is he only comfortable kind of taking shots down the field, throwing to the outside? I mean, he doesn't use the middle of the field at all. Everything seems to be trying, I feel like Al Davis is saying, just win, baby. They're just trying to push. It seems that their offense is really, we got to throw the ball down the field. They scored the touchdown the other day, Casey, little crossing mesh route, bank. Devontae Smith catches it 5 yards off the line and then goes 45 yards.
Actually, they actually ran that same play in the first quarter. They had the same thing. And what they were looking for on the play, by the way, was that the cornerback is about a few yards off, but he's kind of playing outside technique and giving you the inside. So once they're doing that, they saw him do it earlier, and it's against the same defender. Said, fine, we're going to run. Only got like 8 or 9 yards because the Browns had somebody on the backside. But I imagine the Eagles said, let's go ahead and run that play again, and let's run it with a different look so they're not going to have as much on the backside. And that's the kind of thing I'm talking about, where, you run with what you're comfortable with, and you see if you can go counterpunch on plays like that. And plus, I keep coming back to people are so frustrated about the Browns and things. The Browns are terrible on offense. I give you that. The Browns have a very talented defense and a very well coached defense. This is not a bad team. And in fact, on offense, they've got some issues and things, but they have talent on offense. They just are not using it properly, but they've got talent. But this is a very well-coached team. So the idea that the Eagles struggled against a team that is very well-coached, I mean, I'm not like, okay, talented team, well-coached. I know they've not played quite as well this year, but this isn't quite the disaster that people are making out to be. Not like you did against Carolina or something. That would be a bigger problem.
Casey, the Eagles' run game, obviously, are they hitting their full potential with their run game?
I think they got away from the run game some in this. There are things that they didn't. They had some success. You saw some pin pull plays where they had some success. You saw some zone plays where they had some success. But again, the Browns are very good defense. You're not going to get the Browns because again, they're very well coached. You're not going to get the Browns out of position. They're not going to, usually they're not going to not fill gaps properly. They're not going to, do the thing you're supposed to do, stop the ground game. So I think that's a big part of it that the Eagles went in and said, hey, they faced some other teams who have not been very good at that sort of thing. And the Browns were. And when that happens, you better be willing to accept the fact that, okay, hey, you're going to get 3 and 4 yard runs. And I get the big gainers and things. You're not going to get some things you might get against teams that screw things up. So I think a lot of that had to do with the way the Browns played it. But having said that, if you're going to get those 3 and 4 yard runs, you better stick with it. I think the Eagles got a little bit frustrated in this game and started getting a little away from it.
Defensively, they did a good job, but is that because they did a good job and changed some things up? Did you like some of the things that Vic Fangio dial up some different stuff, or are the Browns just that inept offensively?
I think the Browns, it is an ineptitude thing. I also think the Browns, though, when you can get the kind of pass rush, they got a better pass rush than they've had because the Eagles have had, frankly, maybe the worst pass rush in the league over the first few weeks of the season. They were getting some consistent pass rush. They were getting some things in there. The tackling was better, too. I can't stress that enough. The tackling was better. I mean, there's still some problems, but the tackling was better. This is a limited Browns offense, but think about it this way. Amari Cooper, the Bills, who are a Super Bowl contender, thought enough of Amari Cooper to go make a trade from. Okay, well, this is a talented squad, and Joker's a talented receiver. They've got some talent there. The mismatch between the quarterback and their system that they've still haven't figured out, and they're probably never going to figure out. But this is still a pretty talent-wise, it's a good offense. And if you don't do things properly against them, they're going to score more points against you than they did. So for the Eagles to do what they did, they passed a good test this week. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah, still not a lot of. I mean, they did get 5 sacks, by the way, in the game. Yeah. I don't know if that's a concept of that's how bad the line is. The Cleveland offensive line is.
That's part of it, but again, even if they are, let's say I would grade them as a subpar line, not a terrible offensive line, a subpar line. And if you've got a subpar line, yeah, you can beat that, but if you're getting 5 sacks even against the subpar line, you're still doing a pretty good job. Even if they're not very good at what they do, you still have to go be able to beat them. And the thing is, the Eagles have a terrible pass rush. Usually if you got a bad pass rush versus bad pass blockers, you don't usually get much pass rush. So, hey, you've got bad pass rush versus okay pass blockers, and you put up 5 sacks, I'm okay with it. I think it speaks well for the Eagles what they did.
All right, one thought every game, and of course, Casey's back on Thursday. We'll get his thoughts on the Eagles and the Giants. But now, one thought every game, Week 6 is in the book. Let's start in London, where Caleb Williams, 4 touchdowns, and the Bears rout the Jaguars 35-16. Man, rocky times for the 1-5 Jags.
Yeah, Doug Peterson, he's got to be thankful that they were over there, because I don't think they wanted to make a coaching change in London, but maybe they do when they get home and things. I'll tell you, though, the Bears, first time they scored 5 touchdowns in consecutive games since offensive touchdowns against since 1956. And after their bye week, I wrote about it for My Athletic article this weekend. They've got a fantastically favorable schedule from a shootout perspective. They got a lot of games that are going to be high scoring contests. So the Bears, fantasy-wise, you ought to get as many players as you can, but I think it speaks well for them to be able to keep up in the shootouts. They got something there.
All right, one thought every game. Let's go to Cardinals and Packers. I thought this one was going to be fun. It was fun if you were a Green Bay fan. Romeo Doubs back, 2 touchdown catches, 34-13 Packers now 4-2. 4 touchdowns for Mr. Love.
He's that good. He should be a more of an MVP candidate than he is. What I like about the Packers though is that Dobbs is suspended last week for a conduct detrimental. A lot of coaches would say, "Okay, you're in my doghouse. I'm going to keep you out there." They're like, "We made our point. Now go back there and catch touchdown passes." That speaks well for the organization that, we're about winning. We're not just about trying to establish win power struggles here. So that's a real good sign for them, and it shows that they're going somewhere this year.
One thought every game. Let's go to Colts and Titans. Flacco, 2 touchdown passes. Funny, we do a segment called Who's Hot, Who's Cold. I said, if the Colts go with Flacco, I think they make the playoffs. If they go back to Richardson, I don't think they make the playoffs.
They don't get as much out of the receivers when he's in there. He's a really good runner and things. And I think you could find ways to say, hey, let's go ahead and make him a package play quarterback. Let's go ahead and do some things with him. Let's do like, Michigan's been doing with their quarterback and things. And go in there. You could do that. You can do those things and say, hey, he can still throw the ball. I think it'd be a great way to give him more development too, to say, let's not do what you do with him. I think they should go with Flacco as their starter. And, if Richardson comes in and is still banged up, I think they might go ahead and do that. But there's a future there. You don't have to just bench him to put Flacco in there. You can still use them both.
One thought every game. Let's go to the Texans. 5-1, 41-21. CJ Stroud, 3 touchdown passes. Drake May, yeah.
Yeah, and May, there's some. Hey, it's still he had some highlights in his first start. So that's a good thing. That's a good defense too. Houston 41. And think about we're not thinking much about Houston as a Super Bowl contender. That's what they are. And mind you, they bring Mixon back, and now they've got going to use Mixon and Pierce. I think I don't think they'll go Mixon pure Belka. I think they'll use them both and kind of try and keep him healthy and things. This is a team that is and should be thinking about long term because this is a team that's got a good Super Bowl shot.
One thought every game. Casey Joyner from The Athletic. This was a wild game. Tampa scored 17 in the first. The Saints scored 27 in the second. And then Tampa scored 20 in the fourth. 51-27. Baker Mayfield, 4 touchdowns. Tucker had 136 yards rushing. Godwin, 125 yards, man. This was a fantasy player's dream game.
It was, and a lot of players you can pick up out of that too, potentially, because with White's injury and things and the way things are going there, maybe you do want to pick up Tucker. Thing for the Tampa, though, is I've been wondering why they haven't been going into shootout mode, why they have, because they had been scaling Mayfield back on vertical passes earlier in the year, like really back, like near the bottom of the league in vertical pass attempts. Like, why are they doing that? COI now. This is, hey, they got into shootout Washington, they got into shootout here, and they're going to keep getting into shootout games. I think Tampa is going to make the playoffs and things, but if you can't keep from getting into shootouts, we talked about this 1,000 times over the years, you can't keep from getting into shootouts, you won't go far in the playoffs. So Tampa, as much as you like the 51 points, it's a trouble sign for them because they shouldn't be getting up 27 points to Rattler. So
one thought every game. Let's go to Baltimore, Beltway, Washington. Ravens win the game. Jackson outduels Daniels. Henry 2 touchdowns. Jackson 323. Flowers $132. Fun game, but the Ravens, the upstart Commanders, little brother down there in Washington, although I think Baltimore is like the little brother town to Washington, but not in the game here. Ravens win 30-23.
Ravens probably have the best offense in the league in the sense that they are what the Eagles should aspire to be because they can power run the ball, they can go vertical, they can do everything they want on offense. Their defense is starting to play better too. They've had some coverage struggles earlier this year, and for them to do as well as they did against Washington, having known what their struggles were and how bad their pass coverage metrics are, I think it's saying something. Though Baltimore has a team trending up. I think they might be the best team in the AFC.
All right, there you go. 2 teams in the AFC West. One thought every game. Chargers 23-16. Herbert, not big numbers, and this was kind of an ugly game early. They go up 20-0. Here come the Broncos scoring 16 in the fourth. The Chargers hang on.
For them to do as well as they did against the Broncos, and the Broncos, it's a road game. Broncos have one of the best defenses in the league come into that contest, and you've got Herbert who's getting healthier, but is still not quite at 100%. For them to do what they did speaks very well. I like what their defense did, though, too, because the Broncos have been playing better, and the Chargers were kind of getting a little shaky in defense. So the big plus for them. But I want to see what the Chargers can do if Herbert they can get Herbert fully healthy. If they can get him fully healthy, they're very dangerous. If he's still limited, it's a different story.
One thought every game. Steelers win big, 32-13 over the Raiders. The Raiders make a trade. The Steelers might change their quarterback. The Raiders need a quarterback. But the Steelers, 4-2.
It's weird for the Steelers make a quarterback change. It makes me think about some of the Super Bowl years, like their very first Super Bowl year. They had Bradshaw, and their Steelers' first Super Bowl year, Super Bowl IX. Bradshaw wasn't starting quarterback until like week 5. I mean, so it's the Steelers organization is familiar with, okay, we can make quarterback shifts, and they still have a really good quarterback room. For the Raiders, you bench Minshew, you put O'Connell out there. Now Adams is gone. I mean, what are you doing? I mean, if you're the player on the team, it's like, are we okay? It's week 6. Are we throwing the towel already? I mean, I think it could get ugly with the Raiders.
It sounds like it. And you see the trade. Adams, by the way, goes to the Jets. How's he fit in on that offense?
Well, let's put it this way. Garrett Wilson got 23 targets 2 weeks ago and had about 11 targets last night. Okay, are you now going to send all those targets that way? Because Aaron Rodgers tends to play favorite. So I think you're going to see Adams get tons of targets, but are you going to have both receivers, or is it all just going to go to Adams and now you just you take Wilson out of the line? Because you can't send them both 15 targets a game. I just don't think that's possible. So it helps, but it might be a lateral move in some ways.
All right, by the way, Amari Cooper traded to the Bills today. Do you like that fit?
Yeah, do like that fit a lot. The Bills need an upgrade. It shifts all of their receivers. They've got guys who, their 1 should be a 2, their 2 should be a 3. It shifts all their guys into slots that they're more suited to do. So if Cooper can hit the ground running real well, it is a difference maker. It's the kind of thing that might turn the Bills from hey, you're going to go to the playoffs, to where Cooper can really fit in. Again, they're Super Bowl contender.
All right, one thought every game. This was a blowout, 47-9. It seemed like the Lions had fun doing this. They just were pulling out all the stops and having a grand old time at Jerry's World. 47-9. Goff goes for 315, 3 touchdowns. Montgomery has 2. It was a party for the Lions in unfamiliar territory.
It was a payback for last year too. And the Cowboys, though, I keep looking at every time I'm looking at their defensive footage. Every time I go through and look at them, you're finding multiple times where you can't ask players you can't put players in a bad position expecting when you can't say, hey, we're going to put you in a bad structure. We're going to put you in they're doing that a lot in the ground game. You're seeing times where it's like you look at what they're doing, you're going, that will never stop what they're trying to run. What are you guys doing? You can't play that defense against that look, and they'll do it again and again and again. I think they have more coaching problems than they do player problems down in Dallas, and I do. And the player problems perspective, they're still there. Their front line is okay, and then they don't have much depth. So, I mean, the Lions really exposed some weaknesses out of the Cowboys. I expect that to be a blueprint for teams going to keep trying doing them down the road.
All right, one thought every game. The NFC South, the Falcons and the Bucs, they could be interesting there. Falcons get the win 38-20. Get a good game there. Algier goes over 100 yards. Cousins kind of like, not a great game, but hey, that's good news. They scored 38 without Cousins having a big game.
They did, and if you're going to get Algier and you're going to do Bijan Robinson, you're going to use them they did lead alternate last year, or that's a step down from bell cow, where you're not quite using Robinson in quite the same level as you would as a full bell cow perspective. Maybe they need to do that, but if you've got Algier, why not? You can. He rushed for 105, and I think it adds a different element to the Falcons' offense. And the thing is, now they can run the ball with that kind of success. They show them they can throw the ball and things. If that offense starts getting where it is, mind you, they've got a really solid defense. They're very good structurally speaking. If they do that, I think Atlanta makes the playoffs.
I agree with you there. I had the Falcons winning that division before the season started. That division's a lot better. I don't know what to think of the Saints now. They've really bombed out here the last couple of weeks. We knew the Falcons weren't going to be good, but at least with Dalton, they're somewhat competitive. One thought every game. Bengals, Giants. Giants, defense very good. Bengals still kind of a mess. Giants offensive a mess, but Burrow only 200 yards in this game. Jones is the leading rusher for the Giants. This is an ugly Sunday nighter.
It was, and the thing is, the Bengals couldn't throw the ball, and they weren't running with success. Burrow got the long touchdown run that actually was kind of the decider in the game, but the Bengals had a good defensive showing. I mean, the Giants don't have a great run offense. They have a solid run offense, and they're very creative. But yeah, when you finally get a couple of good defensive tackles and you're not playing backups all across your defense, it makes the Bengals look a whole lot better. I can imagine if they would have been healthy, this Bengals defense, that Bengals would have a much better record. But if you're the Giants, it's got to be really frustrating because your defense played really well, and you just can't get things done. But they got to get Malik Neighbors back. If I'm the Giants, you get Malik Neighbors back and he starts playing at the level that he did before, I think it changes the dynamic. If they had him in this contest, I think they win.
All right, and then one thought every game. Both these teams made a trade after watching their receivers last night. Bills 23, Jets 20. Rodgers, threw the ball 35 times, 2 touchdowns. Hall over 100 yards rushing. Lazard over 100 yards, but that doesn't get the job done at home. The Bills win in Jersey.
Yeah, it says something in the Jets that you get 2 field goals to hit the uprights, and that can make the difference. In today's day and age, as good as Earl has been in the past, you just can't be missing kicks. You have to be the only kicks you can miss in this league are 50 and up. 50 is the new 40 in kicks, and they didn't do that. The defense did not play nearly as well as it could have, and you got to give Josh Allen a lot of credit because he came into the game saying, hey, I don't remember week 1 last year, he forced a ton of passes in the coverage, and it cost him the game. This time he said, hey, you know what? I'm not going to make those kind of mistakes. I'm not going to do it. And he didn't. And that's part of the reason you had the kicking game in, the Bills won. And I don't think the Jets, when you're adding in with they're getting with Adams, I get it, but I'm still like going, okay, unless you adjust your offense, I just don't know how this works because you can't, now you move Lazard down and things. Okay, you're going to take targets away from those guys. It's going to help some, but I don't think it's the difference maker that they're making out to be. I think they did that to appease Rodgers.
All right, there you go. One thought every game here on the Sports Pass live on 97.3 ESPN. Casey Joyner from The Athletic. By the way, you got Thursday Night Football, Denver and the Saints. So we'll see the Saints back. Denver in the playoff mix right now. This Denver Bronco team hanging around. So that's the Thursday night game. We'll talk more about that when he's back with one thought on every Week 7 game on Thursday's show. Casey Joyner, everybody. All right, buddy. Good to see you.
Appreciate it, man.
All right, Casey Joyner from The Athletic here on the Sports Pass, live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, streaming live video on the X platform at Mike Gill Show. Follow me over there. YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Follow me over there. Got a couple text messages. Josh, let's rip off a couple text messages here and get into some stuff before we get to the big 3 today. Glenn from Epstein says, with the new rules limiting the amount of times a pitcher can disengage should make base stealing much more prevalent. Glenn, base stealing is more prevalent, I think. It's just there's not a lot of great base stealers. There's a handful of guys that can steal bases. But I think there is more base stealing, but there's not a guy who's like, you have like Ohtani stole like 50-some. The kid from the Reds, De La Cruz, he stole like 60-some. But a lot of teams didn't come up with base stealing was not a big thing for like the last era of baseball. So the guys who are on current roster, I think the younger guys might start. The Phillies don't have younger guys that are stealing bases. That's the problem.
So a couple of things with that I want to point out to you, Mike, is one, I was listening to Tim Kirchin the other night on ESPN radio, talking to your boy Q. And he mentioned about the fact, he said he thinks the reason why Ohtani stole all the bases this year is because Ohtani's a former pitcher. And he said a former pitcher could have a better understanding of a pitcher on the mound than a non-pitcher. So he thinks Ohtani, he had a different advantage than some other players would have. And with the Phillies, their leading base stealer was Bryson Stott. Like, nobody wakes up in the morning and is like, who's going to steal a base today? Bryson Stott.
Well, I think Turner, once he got the hamstring injury, that hurt him as well.
It definitely slowed him down.
Yeah, because he's a guy who could steal probably, he's not a 50-60 stolen base guy, but he could probably be in the 30-40 range. Right. So that hurt him. They don't really have that base stealer. So when we go back to the conversation about stealing bases, Stott had 32 this year. Rojas had 25. He was second on the team, but Turner, he had 19. I feel like he had 19 when he got hurt and then never stole another base the rest of the season. Yeah. Yeah, they just don't steal. The Phillies just do not have a guy who's a big base stealer. By the way, Schwarber, who's the leadoff guy on this team that people are talking about, he had 5 stolen bases this year. Not great. Bryce Harper had 7. So if you're looking at this team, and this stems from what Rob Thomson said today. He basically said earlier today during his press conference about the potential of doing something at the top of the lineup.
The lineup construction, we're going to go through that and try and figure out a better way to have score runs on a consistent basis a little bit more. Is there a different way? Is it best to have Kyle in the leadoff spot? Don't know. We've won a lot of games with him in the leadoff spot, so we got to really think about this.
I said last year that if you were going to bring the same roster back like they did, they need to shake up the lineup. I'm not an anti-Schwarber leadoff guy, but you can't bring the same lineup back. And there, I think Rob Thomson said, you know what? That guy, Mike Gill, is not too dumb. We might have to do something here. I'm not anti-Schwarber, but on this team, it's becoming a problem.
Yeah.
So the question is, though, who goes to that leadoff spot? Because as somebody messaged before, here we go. Here's a text. Turner's too free of a swinger. Not a good number 2. They need a contact number 2 hitter that can hit right. Schwarber on base is higher than league average. He walks 120 times a year, meaning the number 2 hitter comes up 120 times with a man on base. So Schwarber being on base is great because Turner and Harper are supposedly hitting behind them. That's what you want. And Turner, too free of a swinger, strikes out too much. I don't know who hits leadoff for this team.
There's no obvious person because, again, as I mentioned to you earlier in the show, Mike, you have too many left-handers. You have too many players who do similar things at the plate. So it's not like you have a natural lineup where, you look at a team. Look, we can, dislike the Mets all we want, but I think the Mets have a much more balanced lineup than the Phillies do.
Mets have a more balanced lineup than the Phillies. Yeah, I mean, they have more, like you're seeing. They hit the ball the other way. They put the ball in play, more contact.
I mean, Lindor is a much more classic leadoff guy. Vientos is a good guy to have in the slot that he is. Pete Alonso is the prototypical middle of the lineup bopper. Like, their lineup is a much more traditional balance of a lineup.
Yeah. Let's go to a couple more texts real quick here. Let's go to Joe B. and Wildwood. We need to get rid of 2 guys who strike out too much and bring 2 hitters that are gap hitters for high average. Too many Ks in this lineup. Joe B., sorry to tell you, it's going to be tough to do. They're all signed to deals. I mean, nobody's going to – I don't know who Joe B., you're saying we need to get rid of 2 guys. Who? I mean, you can't just make a blanket statement. We need to get rid of 2 guys. Okay, we all agree. But who are they? Who are you getting rid of?
Part of the problem is, and we'll play some of the audio coming up next from Dave Dombrowski, he talked about how he thinks this is a good team, that they have stars.
They are a good team. They do have stars. The problem is, it's like I said before, it's like a basketball team having 5 centers who are all all-stars. That's great, but they're all centers. You can't have 5 centers on the floor at the same time. Well, you can't have 5 guys who strike out way too much all at the same time, or you end up having this problem.
Right.
Mike, the number 3 or 4 hitter should be leading the team in RBIs, not the number 1 as of this roster. Ask your listeners who on this roster would be better than Schwarber. 105 RBIs over 100 walks. They don't have a better option of a leadoff hitter on this roster than Schwarber. That's part of the problem. Now, I will say, Trey Turner has batted leadoff more times. Now, I don't know if that's still accurate now that he's been the number 2 hole hitter on this team for the last 2 seasons. But when he got to Philadelphia, he had hit leadoff more in his previous stops
in his career,
than he has any other spot in the lineup. I don't know. Let me see if that is still accurate.
But the real, Mike, the problem is, just to speak to the listeners, don't forget, even if you put Turner at number 1, it doesn't fix the rest of the lineup.
Turner is, by the way, hit leadoff 487 games, and he's hit number 2 472 games. So he still has hit leadoff more than number 2. And by the way, in the leadoff spot, he hits 302 with a 350 on base percentage. In the number 2 hole, he hits 292 with a 344 on base percentage. So he's slightly better in the leadoff spot than he is in the number 2 spot.
But it's marginal. So,
well, 302, 350 on base is, if you give me 302 with a 350 on base, I'm pretty happy.
On base is pretty great. But again, I ask, who's the number 2 hitter?
Well, that's the next problem. Now, if you move Turner to the leadoff spot, now your next problem is who hits number 2, and now you don't have that guy because, okay, I know what everybody's answer is, Stott. Now you have Stott hitting 2, Harper hitting 3, okay, Castellanos 4 and short. Now you have 2 lefties, 2 and 3, and then Schwarber hitting 5 most likely.
Right, so now you're taking a guy who, that's the texter mentioned, back-to-back season with 100 RBI, and you're shoving him way down the lineup.
Yeah, I that's the problem with Stott, Turner, Harper. I mean, Stott, Harper, and Schwarber, they're all left-handed, so it's hard to wedge Stott into that top of the lineup area. that becomes your problem.
Right. So now the lineup becomes, mix and match, musical chairs. You got to start figuring out what makes sense. Can you convince Harper to bat number 2 instead of number 3 if he doesn't want to do that? Are you going right, left? Are you going right, left? Also with Schwarber, where do you put him behind Harper? Well, then again, you have 2 left-handers. Whereas Alec Boehm fit in all of this. If Boehm gets back to what he was before he got hit in the hand, is he your 2-hitter? Is he your 4-hitter?
Roster lineup construction. That's what Thomson said. A lot of questions. We got Big 3 coming up next here on the Sports Bash.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Never thought this radio stunt would catch on so big.
On 97.3 ESPN.
Something good to know from First Bank of Sea Isle City. We have all of today's innovative banking products just like the big banks, but we offer something they can't. A personal community focus. Let's get you started with Bill Pay. You save time when you pay your bills online. It's fast, easy, and convenient. First Bank of Sea Isle City. A community bank that delivers more for you every day. Personal service, today's technology, from the people who truly care. Learn more at firstbankseaisle.com.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
This season, get premium tech that inspires joy from Dell Technologies. Bring projects to life with the XPS 16. It delivers supercharged processing for enhanced productivity and freedom to express yourself. Performance-class Dell PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors deliver a dedicated engine to help accelerate AI. Enjoy free shipping, Dell rewards, and expert support. When you get a Dell PC with AI, it gives back. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screams. Go to the Gallery. Go to the Fanatics Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double hot, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Hey, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Well, I do now.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
Did you say you're cutting me off?
You earn, we match. Unlimited cashback match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
97.3 ESPN has teamed up with Seize the Deal for incredible weekly offers from some fantastic local restaurants. Here's this week's big deal.
Get a $50 gift card, good for use at the Ravioli House in Wildwood for just $25.
Get this great deal starting Friday at 9 a.m. at seizethedeal.com. Hurry, chances are this deal will sell quickly. For more info on this great deal, go to seizethedeal.com.
SeizeTheDeal.com.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. NBA, the Sixers defeated the Atlanta Hawks 104-89 in preseason play Monday night. Tyrese Maxey and Kelly Oubre led Philadelphia each 14 points. However, Paul George did suffer a hyperextended knee. Preseason schedule continues Wednesday against Brooklyn. Regular season opener next Wednesday against the Milwaukee Bucks. The Flyers and the Edmonton Oilers meet tonight as the Flyers continue their 4-game road trip to start the season. 97.3 ESPN has that game for you starting at 10 o'clock. Philadelphia lost Saturday to Calgary 6-3 after beginning the season with a shootout win against Vancouver. This trip wraps up Thursday in Seattle. NFL, the Eagles and the New York Giants play Sunday at MetLife Stadium. Catch all the action right here starting at noon on 97.3 ESPN. The Eagles are 3-2 after a home win against Cleveland, while the Giants are 2-4. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
Earn entries for your chance to be one of the lucky winners of a complete his or hers YSL collection, now through October 26th. Show your timeless sophistication during the YSL collection drawing, only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
From the Townsquare, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. Tomorrow will probably be the coolest day of the week, but that does mean a big warm-up will carry us into next weekend. Mainly clear skies and chilly temperatures tonight. Could be some patchy frost inland areas. Low temperature around 40. Breezy and cool tomorrow, high 58. It'll be partly sunny and dry. Becoming mostly sunny on Thursday, high 61, 68 Friday. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
New Jersey is the Garden State. But did you know that one of the most important things we can farm is wind? Offshore wind provides clean, renewable energy. It creates jobs and drives economic growth. In fact, it's estimated that a single wind farm can create over 4,000 jobs and add more than $700 million to the state's economy. Offshore wind, propelling New Jersey's future. To learn more, visit nj.gov/offshore wind.
We have the perfect solution for sitting in traffic.
You come with me.
The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Trey Turner said, in his situation, I feel at times we get ourselves out. All right. It's a very enlightening comment because that is true at times. And other clubs know that. Working with these guys where we can make the proper adjustments so they don't keep doing those type of things and don't keep. I mean, we have a group that chases quite a bit.
Dave Dombrowski, that's his comments on Trey Turner, talking about the team's chase issues. They try to figure out what they're going to do with this roster. It didn't sound like Dave Dombrowski had a lot of ways to shake this thing up. Big three today on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. First, I want to tell you about my friends over at the Nizam's Indian Restaurant. You know, the Eagles won this week, which means they have an Eagles football special. Free tandoori spicy chicken wing on a week the Eagles win. So you get them for dine-in customers only. You want to go look for a little dinner tonight? How about the free tandoori spicy chicken wings at Nizam's Indian Restaurant? It's open 7 days a week, 11:30 to 9:30. Special lunch buffet on Sunday before the games, 11:30 to 3. Nizams.com for more information. All right, time for today's big three here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, Josh Henning, what is today's big three?
Well, Mike, the big three is derived from the 44 minutes Dave Dombrowski spoke to the media today, which I am still amazed they had him up there for 44 minutes. That was a marathon of a press conference.
Hey, I give him credit. I'm not amazed by it. It's the last time you're going to talk. You got to get all the questions. I give the Phillies credit for leaving him out there and letting him answer all the questions. I mean,
Dave was gracious to answer all.
Yeah, and Dave's a pro. He does a good job. I think a lot of it's lip service. I hope, anyway. I didn't like a lot of his answers.
I think one of the answers that got some consternation during the presser had to do with the fact that a lot of the conversations by people who cover the team, I know Bob Blanco talked about the feud throughout the year, Mike Paul, Scott Lauber, was the chase rate. And Dave Dombrowski basically says, well, the Phillies don't have a chase rate problem, Mike.
And I know what team is chase rate. Right? I mean, everybody. I think it was interesting that we got eliminated. We were sixth in the 12 clubs in chase for the postseason. That's not good, but it's not the worst. We just we really did some of it's chase, some of it's ropes, some of the guys not being pumped.
I don't know how he can justify what he wants. And it's not that he watched it this year. He watched it last year. He got no hit in the World Series.
Right.
You got no hit and then didn't score any runs essentially in Game 6 and Game 7 against Arizona against nobody. It's one thing you go out there and get shut out, dominated by somebody else's number one. You lost to Brandon Fox. Last year, for God's sake. So I don't know how his answers were enabling. Dombrowski, his answers for everything were enabling type of answers. So I hope that it's a lot of lip.
You hope, but my thought when he said that was, well, you say it's not the chase rate is a problem, but then you sit there and say it's our approach to the plate is a problem. Well, doesn't your approach at the plate dictate some of that chasing, Mike?
Sure. If you have a lot of these guys, I see it all the time. They go up to bat, they have no plan. They have no idea what they want to do when the wheel is open. In other words, I got a runner on second base. I got one out. My goal at the worst is to get that runner over to third base. I have to come up with a plan of what am I going to do to get that guy to go from second to third minimally. Okay, my ultimate goal is to get him around the score. But my worst case scenario is I come up with a swing that is going to be able to get that runner to go from second to third if I make an out. Very few hitters go to the plate with that mentality. You know why? Because that is a team first mentality, not a me first mentality. The me first mentality is I want to hit a 2-run homer. Okay, that's admirable. But if you don't hit a 2-run homer, now you've kept that guy stranded on second base, and that's unfortunate. So ultimately, to win at the highest level, you need guys that are willing to say, I got a runner on second with 0 outs or 1 out. I want that guy to get to third, worst case scenario. And the Phillies don't have enough of those guys.
No, they absolutely don't. And part of the problem with what we also saw was that, to me, Mike, I think it's obvious this team is not. Dave Dombrowski, though, does go to the Hall of Fame one day, and he basically says, Josh Hennig, you're an idiot. Here's why.
Yes, I do think it's a good roster. I think it's a good club. I think it's a club that's capable of winning the World Championship. We've been close to 95 games. However, you also look at 90 to make an adjustment. I think that's a necessity. You want to get better. You're never happy when you win the whole thing. We didn't win the whole thing. So I think we have a real good core of players. But again, I think we'll be open-minded to see what they can also better.
I look, can they win a World Series with this team? Yes, they are good. So I don't agree with you there. They're good enough. Why? Their pitching is good enough. And if their hitting is on one of their hot streaks, it is good enough to carry them to win a World Series. They made it to a World Series. They were within 2 games. So it's not really fair to say they're not good enough. I think ultimately it's baseball, man. And you can get hot and cold based on who's pitching that day. They have the talent and the hitter. Now, I think it's a long shot for them to win as constructed because of the problem. But it's not like they're Cincinnati. Like, Cincinnati's not good enough. They're not going to win. Philadelphia can win, but they need a lot of things to go right for them to win.
That's the problem. If you need a lot of things to go right, then you're basically the equivalent of going to the roulette table and calling black.
I think you're saying, like, I think Philadelphia, like, they played the Mets. I think that was a bad matchup for them. The Mets have 2 left.
You're saying styles make fights, and because
There's
style
no question. Is that sports?
Yeah, but I'm saying what I'm saying is if you feel like you're going to play somebody else, the series would have played out differently.
I said before, I think the Brewers would have been a much better matchup for them. I think if they played the Brewers, they probably beat the Brewers. Now, I said all year long, which Nick goes me.
Drums.
I
Those
don't.
are drums.
Yeah, I don't think they're. I don't think. At no point do I think that they're better than the Dodgers. Even this version of the Dodgers, who aren't even at strength. Glass now is not pitching. Nope. Ohtani is not pitching. Nope. This Dodgers team at full strength, they are kicking your ass. This Dodgers team as currently constructed, you would have a shot with because Walker Buehler is a half-ass version of himself right now. Flattery's okay, not great. I mean, he could play with him.
He has his moments because he has talent.
Yeah, they're not. Their pitching is not great as currently constructed right now. They're more right-handed staff than they are left-handed staff, which helps the Phillies. I still think the Dodgers are a deeper lineup, a better team than the Phillies. But I think it's a better opportunity if they were to play the Brewers, if they were like one pitch away from playing the Brewers. I think they probably beat the Brewers and then play the Dodgers right now. And the Phillies offense is more equipped to face the Dodgers team than it is Sean Manaea and Quintana.
Speaking of pitching, Mike, Dave Dombrowski was asked about the bullpen if there are legitimate issues with the Phillies bullpen, or was the series versus the Mets an aberration?
I think it's more of an aberration, yes. Anytime you see them struggle a lot, I don't think they overlook the players. We all are searching for that answer ourselves. We still like our group of guys going into next year. We like them. There's a couple of them free agents, so we're not sure where that will take us. But we feel very comfortable with Strom from left hand side Alvarado and Banks, and then we like for three.
I really do, Mike, because who's the guy in the bullpen that when they came into the game versus the Mets, you were like, all right, here we go. No one.
They don't have that guy.
They don't have that guy. So how can you say
Well,
comfortable?
I would say you thought you had that guy until you saw them pitch in the Mets series. You thought you had those guys. He's right. Their bullpen was not this in the regular season all season long. They weren't this group of guys. They went from a strength to an absolute flop of a failure. I mean, what they were in the postseason, to suggest that that's what you saw all season long is not accurate.
Well, it's not apples to apples. What I'm saying is that we went through the whole season asking, hey, in a big game moment, I mean, are you going to Hoffman? Are you going to this guy? We talked about how Alvarado was the guy in the past and he's not anymore. You trade away Dominguez. He was a guy who was part of 2022. There was a perception that we talked about that this team didn't really have a go-to guy, that they had a group of guys.
Yeah, but the go-to guy wasn't the guy who really let them down. It was the other guys that let them down. I mean, it was Strom. Now, he pitched the ninth inning the one day they won that game, but he let them down when they came in his normal role. Hoffman let him down when he came in his normal role. It wasn't like they blew a game in the ninth with a lead. The game that they won, they did blow the lead, but ended up coming back to win. But it wasn't like they had a 4-3 lead in the ninth and the closer blew a game for them. That didn't happen.
But you need a bullpen to get you to that point.
Right. But those guys were in roles that they had excelled in all year long. So it wasn't the guy that you're talking about. Hey, where's that guy in the ninth inning? That's not the guy who let them down. It was the guy who had been there for him all year long that let them down.
I just look at the Mets. They have a guy in Diaz. Is he perfect? No. But they brought him in earlier innings in the ninth inning as be like, look, we need you to save us right now, dude. And I just don't feel the Phillies have that guy.
There's not many of those guys in baseball right now. There are not a lot of lockdown closers in baseball. But, when you have that guy, the question will be with the Mets ultimately is Diaz eventually just going to run out of gas? I mean, you can't – the Phillies had this happen to them in 2022. They had two guys. They had Alvarado and Dominguez, and they were trying like hell to piece them together wherever they could, and they just eventually – their bullpen just ran out of gas when they got to the end of the line. Now, you go to what Cleveland has. He's about the one guy in these playoffs, the Cleveland closer.
Class A.
Yeah, Class A. I'm trying to think. Is there another closer that's in the playoffs currently?
I mean, Tanner Scott's out now.
The Yankees don't have one.
The Yankees are weird because they got Luke Weaver now closing games. He didn't even barely pitch in the 9th inning all year.
Right. The Yankees don't have one.
They had to demote Clay Holmes. That was the whole situation there.
Diaz would be one. I don't know who's closing for the Dod. Trinan. I mean, that's not a guy who's like a lockdown.
No.
There's in the playoffs. Cleveland, Clase is really the only one.
Cleveland has the best bullpen in the postseason overall at this point. Yeah.
So that whole dynamic of who's that guy, most teams don't have that guy. Most teams do not have that. And Ryan Helsley led the league, and he had an unbelievable season, by the way. He had 49 saves, a 2.04 ERA. He didn't make the playoffs, but I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like Kyle Finnegan, he had the 3rd most saves this year. He's going on a losing team. So a lot of teams don't have the guy we're talking about. The Phillies had guys that you want. The guy that pitched the 6th, the 7th, and those guys let you down.
I just don't like him saying still, though. He said, we're happy, we're comfortable with the guys we have. Like, if I were him, I would have said, hey, we're going into this offseason and we're going to see how we can get better.
Well, here's the problem. I agree. Everything is we're gonna, but he did say, like Hoffman, we have they're free agents. We don't know if they'll be back. We'll have to see. Hoffman had a 2.17 ERA, a 0.96 whip. I mean, that's a tough guy to say, well, he had a terrible year for us. We're disappointed with that. No, I think he said they just didn't pitch well. We're acknowledging they didn't pitch well, but we think they're pretty good. I don't know that he's off base with that.
He's not off base with saying that they had a good year. I'm just saying that I felt there was way too much of Dombrowski, as you mentioned earlier, enabling the situation instead of leaning into, hey, we had a disappointing year, and we're going to spend this offseason doing everything we can to get better.
The rhetoric was, we don't need a piece. We're not missing anything. We just weren't good enough that week. And I think his answer, hopefully, we're a lot of lists.
Hopefully.
Sports Bash this hour brought to you by Key Acura of Atlantic City. When we come back, we'll check in on my Bet365 play of the day. That is next.
The playoffs continue. ESPN Radio. The New York Yankees win Game 1 at home, and they make it 2 straight, or the Guardians bounce back.
Playoff baseball on 97.3 ESPN.
Brought to you by Short Positions. Be well connected. Visit shortpositionsgroup.com.
Hi, it's Chicken Peas. Wrap up your work. It's the all-new Chickens and Peas happy hour with unbeatable specials weekdays from 4 to 6 p.m. Enjoy half-price orders of medium tender wings, one of our tastiest pieces, or an order of mouth ordering hot cold pork fried shrimp, plus $3 domestic bottled beers, $5 Tito's, and $6 salt. It's all new happy hour weekdays 4 to 6 p.m. only at Chicken Peas. Hi, it's Chicken Peas. Now for a limited time, buy one get one free snow crab legs every Tuesday and Wednesday. Buy one get one free and enjoy the sweet, delicate flavor of snowy white crabs. Pair with one of our handcrafted cocktails like the Snowy Vanilla Cream Trickle or the Bourbon Peach Sweet Tea. Top it off with Chicken Peas World's famous crab fries. Buy one get one free snow crab legs every Tuesday and Wednesday for a limited time. Restrictions apply only at Chicken Peas.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? So you've got an oil change coming up. You can go farther and save on full synthetic with our oil change special. Right now, you can get 5 quarts of Valvoline Advanced Full Synthetic with an STP Extended Life oil filter for just $35.99. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm Mike Mackler. At Goldenberg Mackler, we represent you, not the insurance companies. When seriously injured in any type of accident, call us. We'll speak with you for free and fight to get you the money you deserve. When injured, make the right call to Goldenberg Mackler.
For the best lawyer, call Goldenberg Mackler. With 4 convenient locations to better serve you: Atlantic City, Northfield, Rio Grande, and Vineland. Call us at 609-344-7131.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll want a sheet on your every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you? Okay, bounce dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry,
the time for holiday hosting is upon us, so make your second bathroom second to none with HomeDepot.com's best savings of the season. Right now, enjoy up to 40% off select online bath. Find the latest on-trend styles of vanities, faucets, showers, tubs, toilets, and more, all at prices that will let your budget relax right along with you and your beautifully renovated bath. Get up to 40% off select online bath plus free delivery at the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see HomeDepot.com/delivery for details.
Hey, it's Mike Gill. The Nizam's Indian Restaurant on Route 40 in Egg Harbor Township is ready to serve you delicious Indian dishes. NJ.com ranked them as the #2 best restaurant in all of New Jersey. And this just in. It's their Eagles football special. Your table receives free tandoori, spicy chicken wings if the Eagles win for dine-in customers only. Join them for a special lunch buffet, Fridays through Sundays from 11:30 to 3 p.m. Visit thenizams.com for more information.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
All right, time for the Bet 365 play of the day to get us out of here tonight. Give me the update on the standings and the plays from last night. I think I did a good job.
Overall, you are 28-18. You got 3 out of 4 last night. Brees Hall over total yards receiving. Allen Card, he got over just on the touchdown pass from Rodgers. Rodgers also on the over the passing yards. Josh Allen only rushed for 18 yards last night.
How about it?
Yeah, all the guys from the losing team right.
All right, Bet 365 play of the day tonight. Give me Gleyber Torres with a base hit. Give me Rodon's pitching tonight, and I'm going to go over 14.5.
Rodon pitched last night.
Did he? Who's pitching tonight? And what's his number? Rodon pitched last night?
Yeah. That was the story coming out of last night's game. Is that he had the best game.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Why do I have it here on here that Rodon pitched? Today is the 15th, right? Right? That's the 15th. Close Rodon. All right, give me Cole tonight on the over on the out. 14.5 for Rodon. This is right here. Tuesday, 15th October.
You know what the out said? Breakout 5.5. Oh. 17.5.
That was 14.5. 17.5. Give me the strikeout. I'll go with the strikeout. This literally says Tuesday, 15 October. Carlos Rodon over 14.5. Gleyber Torres, basically. That is.
It's Philadelphia Flyers on 97.3 ESPN. ESPN. Listen to Jay Saunders and Todd York. Bring all the play-by-play action. It's Flyers Oil tonight. Coverage begins after playoff baseball on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia Flyers hockey. 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free ball.
It's hurricane season. Are you prepared? Don't be left in the dark. Calvi Electric, a certified Generac dealer, has you covered. From installation to maintenance, they're your go-to experts for Generac generators, ensuring your home stays powered through any storm. A Generac home standby generator will automatically restore power to your home during an outage, so your life goes on uninterrupted. Put your trust in Calvi Electric, the premier electrical contractor serving South Jersey for over 115